Ladies and gentlemen, by the way, I want you to guess how many hours it has logged for Dragon Quest Builders 2 for me. On the Switch, specifically. Just put a guess in. 137, good guess. Thank you, Vancini. Always and ever. Let's see, we're putting that towards... Where's my document? Why is my document over here? The Dragon Age block, Dragon's Dogma, and Empire of Sin. You got it. Thank you. It's funny how much of that is retconned at this point, Gum. Once I started getting actually serious about it. 200 and... I think it was 17. 200 something. Which, if we look on Steam, the amount of time I've played this game on PC... So, okay, sorry, it was a 207. Because on Steam, it's 118. So whoever guessed 300 something, you were not actually all that far off, really. I know that sounds pathetic. I know everyone in chat is going to be like, oh, that's nothing compared to my playtime and such and such. Remember how little spare time I have in my life. I have played a lot of this game. Okay, so, right. First, we'll show off this. As you can see, I didn't really flesh out the castle. As I was talking about a bit on camera, the one who did the castle stuff was Pax. So I pretty much, I helped him, and we designed this whole castle. Like, this whole thing was built up to, like, 3 stories of awesome. It was great. I can't show you that because I don't have Pax's Switch or save here. But as you can see, I didn't do jack with it. I just said, nope, and walked away from it completely. Oh, geez, controls. As you can see, I got one of the robots, because of course I did. I don't remember the run button. I also don't remember the inventory button. What's the inventory button? Nope, it's not that. Oh, jeez. Hang on. Nope. 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 Robots do, ironically, count as monsters. Oh my god. How do I open my inventory here? Fine. Okay, whatever. There... Yeah, they are. Okay. Oh yeah, they're excellent farmers, which is hysterical when you think about it. What's the run button? Oh, whatever. I just wanted to show this off briefly. I already talked about this, but I really want to show this off because this took way too much time. See, one of the biggest reasons why I wanted to use the one ability instead of the others, you notice I've got the trees too. So all of this, is it A for run? It is not A for run. One of the reasons I want to show this off is I didn't just replace all of this land with snow, which as you can see looks much better. I made a forest here too. This took absolutely goddamn forever. And this is what I was talking about just yesterday. I was talking about how it's like, oh, hey, you know, it's, it looks so pathetic, right? Hang on. Rewind. So what I was talking about, in builder games, how often, for those of you who didn't hear me say it already, how often have you built something and it's taken you hours, and then you show it off and it feels pathetic because it only takes you like 30 seconds to show it off? What you're looking at here, completely re-terraforming this area, literally took me hours. Replacing all of it. You'll notice there's no slime, there's no dirt, it is all snow. Or rock. Outline some of it with rock. And I've got all the trees set up, and it's all pseudo-random looking, so it looks as natural as possible, which was the intent. To answer Blade Tabal's questions. Yeah, exactly. And I'm just like, hey, and I've already shown it off to you. It's just, yeah, that's great. I'm actually rather proud of this setup too. As you can see, I put some thought into the specifics of it. Anyways. Oops. Never did figure out the run button. That's okay, that's okay. We'll just walk there. Maybe this is the run button? No. Maybe... Hey, it's ZL. It's ZL. Those are the ones that freeze enemies, J. Palmer. Or no, the green ones, excuse me. Those are the ones that take down aerial enemies. My bad, my bad. I actually have a mount. I just have no idea what it is. So I also tunneled through this. This was inspired by Pax's idea. To reach the farming area. Okay, so I thought so. This is a little loud. I know, right, Judo Joker? Anyway, so this whole area on the save, and I mean this whole valley, we completely turned into this Omega farm. Like, giant, giant swaths of farming. It was insane. Obviously, that wasn't on my save. On my save, I did this. Again, the idea here was to make this look as natural as possible. So trying to preserve a lot of the mini hills and the bumps and the trees and the placements of everything. Getting flowers periodically, different types of flowers. One of the hardest things for any art designer to do, and this is true, is to make something look as natural as possible. I'll just sit here, don't mind me. Got the kitchen. Fairly basic thing. Little barracks going on here. Got the restaurant. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Which, again, fairly basic thing. Nothing fancy. Nothing fancy. Come on, camera. There we go. This is how I did my farming fields. It's probably hard to tell, but they're actually layered and tiered in order to properly accommodate the sunken ones, which are, you know, obviously underwater. And yeah, I've got all kinds of stuff growing. I'm rather pleased with this. Nice big farming section immediately next to the barn and the pet area. There's our cat. Cats don't make noises for some reason. Don't ask me why. I don't know. I know nothing. And once again, as you can see, I bothered to terraform all of this area into green so that there's no patches of dirt or mud or muck. And once again, took way, way too long. Well, except for certain points, which I left deliberately to make it look natural, but you get the general idea. You get the general idea. Now we're going to ignore this for just a second. Just going to ignore that railway. We'll do the railway last, because it's the part that I'm the most proud of everything I built here. We're still selling stuff. That's funny. I think I mentioned this. This is where my sister did all of her building, is in this canyon right here. I didn't do it. I just... You'll notice there's two lines, by the way, on the rail. Just remember that for later. I wanted there to be a little oasis pond thing. This thing took forever to make. Especially to make it clear water, too. Because there was always at least one bit of mud we would miss. And it's like, okay, hang on. Pull all the water back out. Didn't do much with the oasis. Although we did bother to get the water, you know, nice and smooth because OCD. And I know this is going to sound boring, but this is like the third time I've mentioned this. I did more terraforming than I did architecture. You'll notice this is just sand. This is what I was telling you about. And again, you probably didn't even notice that it's just sand until I pointed it out just now. No mud, no muck, no slime. Oh, God, this took forever. This took so long to do. This is, as I mentioned before, this is when I discovered the true power of the trowel and how useful it is to do that kind of mass block replacement. I did do a little bit of building. Apparently I don't know how to pop out the The glider thing. That's strange. Windbreaker. Whatever. So like I said, only a little bit of building. I actually did do some design here. Basic little burly place, and then there's... Oh, hang on, I guess I should show you. So this is the cheeky music hall. The large, rough and tough bedroom. That's what that one is. This is the cheeky, steamy spa. Oh yeah, there's my golem, by the way. The cool reception room, followed immediately by the cool bedroom. Bedroom whisperer. Most of this was being done for metals, I'll be completely honest with you. No, I didn't get a gold golem. I didn't even know where to find a gold golem. Yeah, no kidding, Darkrai. Another cool... I had a lot of cool stuff. Dining room, cool kitchen. All of this is cool. You'll notice it's gold all around, just non-stop gold. I'm particularly fond of this one. It's a pool of paradise. Imagine swimming around in a pool which is lined with gold. No, you can't. When you recruit a regular golem, you just get that regular golem. Gotta have the cheeky toilet, the cheeky changing room, and the cheeky item shop. I don't know what makes them cheeky. Don't ask me. Oh, you're probably wondering, why do I have two build things here? Co-op. This was something we figured out very, very, very early on. You really want to have multiple build stations for when you're playing two players, because otherwise you're here building something and looking through the menus, the other person's like, come on, let's go, because they need to access it too. So, anyways. I think I've delayed enough. Let's show off the main event. I can remember. There we go. How do I place an item? There we go. So I'm going to let this one speak for itself for a bit. So I've got to stop at the pyramid. I know I was going to say that. Come on, camera. There we go. And I decided, you know what, I want to go underwater for a bit. Just to see if I can. Turns out you can. About 3.5 years, Jay Palmer. Or 2.5 years. I forget which. I don't know why I did this little thing. Don't ask. Another underwater bit. Here. And you probably missed it, but we just jumped tracks. This is... Well, first I should probably show off my room, actually. But I can't, because we're not there yet. Don't worry, we will. Okay, so this part's going to get a little confusing. Because we're about to go... over here. There we go. This is the Switch version, Dream Whisperer. So the thing I'm most proud of this is the fact that if you go in one line, you will see the entire track, even though it's two lines. Because I use these jumps very strategically in order to have you jump tracks periodically. But if you go in one direction, you'll eventually find yourself going in the other direction. Mapping and planning this all out took an enormous amount of time. And I am very, very proud of the results. I wish I could figure out how to go into first-person mode. I guess I could do this. Hey, I figured it out. Okay, here we go. Here we go. So, heading back towards the farming area. Making the viewer dizzy. Just pen and paper. So you notice we're already going back, but we're on the separate track, and you're thinking, oh, okay, so this is how it loops. No, we haven't really looped yet. Because if you're paying attention, we're now on the track we started on, but we're facing the other direction. Right? Because this should look familiar. because we just went through here. So I can show you the underwater portion from the first-person perspective now. Sploosh. I thought about doing more underwater, but honestly, building underwater is such a pain. That's why it's only a brief thing. The music keeps changing because we keep entering and leaving different areas with the harps. So now we're back to the pyramid. It's literally slower, Jay Palmer. So now I get to show you this. I'm actually going to stop for a second. Just for a second. These are my rooms. This is literally as high... That top block is the build cap right there. I've got a sauna, and nice big empty rooms, and of course, the teleporter, so you can fast travel up here. I will. How do I get out of this stupid thing? There we go. But then... Hang on. Is it still there? Hang on. We had a huge issue with getting the setup. Yeah, okay. So we had to get a little waterfall thing going, and oh my god, this was such a pain. Because we kept screwing it up. There kept being something wrong with the water as it landed, so we kept having to replace the entire water thing, wait for it to go away, replace the water, try it again, and just, it was kind of a trial and error thing with this little thing. But we finally got it! We've got a little sauna up, or it's not sauna, sorry, it's hot tub. We got a hot tub up there. And of course, the actual sauna. And it also lagged the hell out of the game. You can really see some stuff up here, like, say, the farmland. And you can kinda... Nope, looks like you can't. Oh, whatever. Doesn't matter. I also usually put, like, stuff in here. For example, you notice I have quite a few of armor and shields and weapons here. Because, fun fact, every time a co-op player joins you, they join you completely naked. They don't have any inventory, and they don't have any gear. So I put this chest right here by the teleporter, so the moment you pop in, you could get some gear. Okay, so, to continue. So now we're going to go underground for a minute. Oh wait, no, we're not. Sorry, I forgot what step we're on. Wait, what? What happened? What happened? Get off the... I do, in fact, Judo Joker. Hang on. We shouldn't have derailed, but I might have been holding forward too much, but we really shouldn't have derailed. I guess we were actually holding forward too much. Wow. Okay. Because you'll notice we've apparently had this problem before. Holy crap. Well, anyway, whatever. Let's do this. Plunk. No, that's the wrong button. Place? Nope. Place? Nope. Hey, but what's the place item button? Okay. It is ZR. Jesus. Hang on. No! Okay. Yeah. So we get back on the same ride. It's supposed to loop on itself. No scenes, active. No thoughts. So it loops rather simply there. But now, because of the way we've looped, we're back here. Now, this should look familiar, and that's because it does. But rather than, like, continue to bore you with this, because it's going to take a while to get back to that, let me just show you something really quick. That's true, CapDog. I would actually agree with that. This game does have a bit too much of what I would usually consider padding. So eventually what would have happened is we would end up over here, going this way. I think. Actually, I might be in the wrong spot, but it's whatever. I showed this off to a friend of mine in first person, and they had trouble actually keeping track of what was going on here. Because of how quick we were doing the turns. So if you remember, last time we actually fell down onto this track. But this time we're going to actually go up naturally, which is going to lead us here to... What? Is this the wrong save? That's twice now. The track should have looped and didn't. Is this literally the wrong save? I mean, it's also possible I broke something right before I quit, because I might have been wanting to do an expansion and then I put the game down. Hang on a second. Let me check something. Because there's an area, there's at least one part of the track which we haven't shown off yet, and I think it's because it's looping improperly. I love it. I've been talking this up all this time, and it looks literally broken. Of course it is. That's just my life right there. I spent so much goddamn time on this track. How do you windbreaker? Okay, nope, this connects correctly, as it should. So, one of the loops is this. Remember how I mentioned how you'll pop off and then that'll actually lend you to start another part of the track? There we go. I'm going to show this in first person. I apologize in advance if this is disorienting. But I wanted to have at least one part of the track feel like an actual roller coaster, which is this part right here. Hi, 2 minuets. And that's where it loops. Because if you pay attention, we've actually been on this portion of the track before. Oh yeah, you can also go slower than that, although I'm not sure why you'd want to. That's just crazy talk. But to show it from the other angle, just briefly, this is the last thing I'll show off, then I swear I'll stop wasting your time. Yeah, I should also mention I'm holding forward the entire time, so I'm constantly trying to accelerate through everything. Because, you know, gotta go fast. Now, I built the city on Pax's save, not mine. Whee! Yeah! And there's the roller coaster part. I'll go ahead and stop now. What actually happened, so I mentioned how I planned this all out. As this may not surprise you, but I actually didn't originally plan all this out. Originally, it was just a basic loop. I just wanted there to be a track loop going between them. Amusingly, I actually screwed up. So the original loop, which we actually were just on, goes around, comes down, comes up here, goes up here. I think I know what I screwed up now. Yeah. And then comes up here and then loops. But I screwed up the angling, so it actually ended up keep going, and then it kept disconnecting, and I'm like, well, this doesn't go right. No problem, I'll just make it so you jump off the track onto a lower track. Because remember, we saw that you could do that from some of those mini-battle puzzles in some of the previous islands. So I'm like, okay, cool, no problem. But while I was doing that, I realized that I could have that make a second loop and make it do an entirely different route, which would then loop back onto the first one. So I'm going to describe this improperly, but the total loop was supposed to be you go down, you go around here, and then you go up, back up here, through the mountain, which was then supposed to go down, and this way. But when you get to this part right here, you would actually end up looping onto a different part of it, which would then loop straight back up. There's technically 2 tracks, but because of the fact that you can jump at multiple points, you would constantly find yourself going back through the same track, but in the opposite direction if you only ever held forward. It was a... When I say loop, I mean literally. It was a... it was this thing, right? And yeah, I remember now why this was... That's also why the buggy was over there, was because that's what I was working on before I ended up putting the game down and probably going to either work on PAX's version or just walking away from it. Now, figure eight's the wrong way to explain it. Imagine a figure 8 if, in the middle of it, you jump down onto the previous track, and then in the middle of that one, you jump down onto the other track. So there's 2 tracks, and you're jumping between them constantly. But they're set up such a way so that if you just hold forwards, you will eventually go through every bit of both tracks in both directions. So it's actually 4 total loops once you do the complete circuit. Now someone asked me to show off this, and we are right here. So we'll ignore that ship in the distance. Don't mind it. Don't mind it. Don't believe so, Crazy Horse. No. So yes, one of the reasons that one of the stops on the railway is down here. Oh, it's probably because I have my privacy set on. Yeah. That's probably what that is. I mean, that sounds awesome to me, Dream Whisperer. And there's tons of space to work with, so you can totally do it. So anyways, this is here. Nice little shrine to Hargon, like you do. The vampire says, I want to suck your... Well, you don't have blood. I will have to figure out something. No, Dream Whisperer. No, no, no. I'm just showing it off. Anyways, I did want to show off the pencil. I don't remember the controls. Although I don't... Oh God, I don't remember how to use the pencil with these controls at all. Hang on, hang on. No, I wouldn't, Gum Gum. And I know what you're thinking, but why? Well, because the people who invented the Ferengi are very dominantly Jewish. So, no, I wouldn't believe that at all. Oh, that's right. Okay, hang on. So, hang on. So, it's like... start point. And then let's do the end point over here. And then you do something else. I don't remember how this works. Help me remember how to do this stupid thing. I don't remember how to use the damn pencil. I really don't. I need someone to tell me how to use the pencil. I don't remember. As for the other tools, looks like no. Yeah, I never got the binoculars. Pax got that. Pax, how does the friggin' pencil work? Because I don't remember, and these controls are very not remembered. Well, those people are looking for controversy, Gum Gum. Which is a pretty common thing. People just look for things to complain about. Like the recent Barbie film, for example. Some people try a little bit too hard to find controversy. Maybe I put some... What's my inventory button? Oh. Sure, inventory. Well, it hasn't come out yet, Dream Whisper. Coming out in like a week or something. Okay. And then like... I'm gonna have to Google it, because I don't remember how to use the damn pencil. I also don't remember how to use the binoculars, because I've never had them. So I have to look up the binoculars. Hey, look, something we're going to be doing later. I'm going to have to look up the binoculars, and I'm going to have to look at the pencil. So let's just Google this. Hit this button. And hang on, we got to adjust a couple of things here very quickly. So we can switch back over to the PC version. We'll find out in a second, Crazy Norse, once we figure out how those tools work. What, you mean like looking at the Joker? No pun intended. And being like, oh my god, humanity sucks because the Joker. Because I've heard that one. Okay, so magic pencil. Let's get some music going. Someone pick a number between 1 and 5, please. While I look this up. 4. Okay, 4 is a classic. And failing, Gum Gum. Because screw 'em. Okay, so... you need to build a reception room. And the pencil can copy an area of 72 by 54 by 9. And then what? What does it actually do? I know it makes a blueprint. I don't know how to make it work. Hey, Goofy Movie. Okay, whatever. So what the pencil does is it lets you make a blueprint. It's a little limited on size, but you can scan anything and make a blueprint out of what you just scanned. When I say anything, I mean you could go to those little the NPC built island things on the mini islands. You can go back to the main islands and copy something. You can go to a friend's island and copy something, and then plop it down in your place. You can also, of course, make a blueprint of something you have made in order to copy it. That's the point of the pencil. I don't know how intuitive it is to use, but being able to make that is honestly pretty awesome, and I do agree is a positive. The Buildnoculars. This is the only one I've never used, and we'll have to look up a little bit about, because I don't really know how these work. Oh. That would be really good on the PC version, because we have a mouse here. Let me try to explain the Buildnoculars briefly. Let's say I want to build something. Okay, so I have to build it like right here because I have limited build range. But if I have the Buildnoculars, I can build something over there. From here. The only negative that I can think of about the Buildnoculars, and actually I am legitimately debating a negative for this. I don't think I'm going to, but it is something I'm debating. Is that you have to unlock all this stuff by doing the little mini challenges on the main island. I think I'm not going to do that. I think I'm not going to give that negative. It's fine, Zach Taff. No superhero can stop me. I'm a PC. I do want to check something super quick, just because I'm curious. Just because I'm curious. No, I'm pretty sure I can beat Spider-Man. I got this. Listen, I'm the PC, yo. You can't stop me. I've got save states. Sure, Crazy Norse. I think Crazy Norse is crazy. Which, sorry for being redundant. Why not? Why not? Oh, there we go. I'll have to do the rest manually. Damn. Oh. Actually, no. You know what I could do? First, make some gangsta music going on there. Wrong button. God, I'm already being screwed up from like 5 seconds of playing the Switch version. Good morning, Walker. The chisel. I'm gonna say no to the chisel. I think you're fishing for positives now. So the chisel, I do know how that works. The chisel, oh, god damn it. The chisel enables you to place, or excuse me, to make edges, diagonals, something other than a cube, basically. And that's neat, but by memory, it's a little bit wonky to use, and honestly, well, it's neat to have an extra little bit of cosmetical thing. I don't think it deserves its own positive. I'm spending way too much time on this, and I don't care. Yeah, the chisel's there if you want to really go nuts with the build. Which is neat, no. But deserves a negative to gameplay. Any questions? Actually, I did, Yura. If that's what I'm thinking of. Darkshore and Arathi, right? I actually don't know if they're still available or not. A valid question. So let's see what this does. I'm actually curious. That's what I thought. Okay. Nope, we're gonna go ahead and start the outro, finally. Yeah, we just switched to the Switch in order to show off a few things. I'm just gonna do this. Hopefully I've got the right color of red. If I don't care. Is it a Greek philosopher, Crazy Norse? Or is it... Oh. Shoot! I actually ran out of blocks. Holy crap. Let's make a few quick more.
Yep.
Try that again. I mean, obviously, Crazy Norse. Me too, of course. Okay, take two. It's the wrong shade of red. Whatever. We're just gonna move on. We're just gonna move on. Who is the cinema snob and who is the guy with the glasses subcomic? If you choose to continue, you'll temporarily be able to engage in online play, travel to other islands, or exchange many medals. Point of no return. Now all the preparations are finally in order. Damn it, Babs! Ah, well. Where in the world did you get that flag from? It's incredible. Filling me with building power. I feel more builderly than I've ever felt before. It's impressive indeed. I think it's to symbolize the island attaining the pinnacle of building prowess. I think it's well smart. It suits Runner's Island perfectly. No, wait. It's not just Runner's Island no more. It belongs to all of us. Just when I thought I'd almost had my fill of building, you go and stoke the fires of creation that burned within us to a blazing inferno. There's no denying it, Runner. You're the best builder in the whole wide world. No. What's going on? Who turned out the lights? No, I don't, Gum Gum. I mean, I might have referenced whoever they are before, but it doesn't sound familiar, I'm sorry. What's happened to you? Hi, Malroth. Runner, when did you build that flag? Malroth? Oh, the nostalgia critic. Okay, I do know who that is. Malroth, are you alright? Runner, please. I need you to... I thought the nostalgia critic quit, like, years ago. Slain by the scions of Erdrick, the high priest Hargon offered up his soul that almighty Malroth might be reborn. And then we wait 15 minutes for this to finish. Oh, barely still going. Did not know. Ever since that moment, I have lain dormant within him, biding my time. Listen, I'm on a deadline here. Can we hurry this up, please? I've watched over his every move, and the builders, too. So who do you think's voice this is? Remember, Hargon's dead. The world of nothingness is now filled with the power of creation. The stage is finally set. Almighty Malroth's awakening is at hand. None can escape their fate, neither men nor monsters nor even gods. The Master of Destruction will bring an end to all. You're Hargon? No, he isn't. This is... The game just calls him Hargon, but let's be clear, this is Hargon too. This is a illusory version of Hargon that he left in here as a backup plan. Now, what's funny about this is if you pay attention, this Hargon is demonstrably different than the original one. I mean, obviously, but I'm just pointing that out because the narrative skips over the usual trope of, you know, the clone being identical to the original and correctly portrays it as a separate entity. Yeah, a Horcrux is actually a good way to put it, or a holodeck AI if you want to go sci-fi with it. So, I'm just going to call this Hargon 2 from now on. The biggest way he's different is, remember, Hargon's goal was to summon the Master of Destruction, Malroth, in order to smash the world flat and then rebuild a new world in his image, the way he wanted to build it. Hargon 2 wants to destroy everything, end statement. And it's because, well, let me walk that back. It is implied that it's because of the fact that it's an incomplete copy. It's an imperfect resultant. It's just someone looked at the surface bullet points of Hargon and created this thing. And what's funny is Hargon himself is the one who did that. Also, he couldn't even manifest properly until now. The whole reason he had us running around with Malroth building was so that he could actually take form within his own illusion. Exactly, Darkrai. This is not a true AI. Which is funny because if you think about it, several of the things in this illusory holodeck are not a true AI, like all the stuff back in Midenhall, for example. Anyways. Yes, I am dead, but in this illusory world of my own making, I am very much alive. I mean, exactly what I say. The world is nothing more than an illusion, an unreal realm in which I sealed away Malroth's soul after the Scion succeeded in slaying him. But now his reawakening is at hand. He is ready to be reborn once more as the Master of Destruction. So, this is an interesting distinction to me. That's not Hargon, but that is Malroth. Just interesting way to do that. Can it really be true? Our world, our lives, all an illusion? Indeed, I originally created the world of illusion to vex and befuddle the scions of Erdrick. No blade of glass, nor pinch of soil, nor pathetic humans, yourself included, truly exists. Everything but you see is but a figment of my imagination. Though this dream should have died with me, it persisted long after my demise, longer than I ever thought possible. I always thought it was strange the children of Hargon were so powerful here. They should have fallen apart after the leader died, but in this world, they never really did. That's what I think, too, Crazy Norse. Whoa, we just lost internet. Okay, that was weird. We're just gonna keep going. Alas, in the real world, I was not so fortunate. The detestable heroes escaped my illusion and proceeded to murder me, and then Malroth in cold blood. But here my spirit survives, as does the Lord and Master of Destruction himself. So it seems does the power of creation, worthless though it may be. You call this the Kingdom of Runner? Nothing more than a kingdom of lies. And I suppose this is your nation's flag. Never a more hideous sight has assaulted my eyes. Look, I couldn't get the red to be the same shade. Behold, Builder, your fantasies of rallying allies to your side and saving the world are simply that. Fantasies. I've just had about enough of this. Give Malroth back, you beastly bully. What do you plan on doing with him anyway? Malroth? That's almighty Malroth, Lord and Master of Destruction, to you, you ungracious worms. Gotta save us. Take this, you rotter. So this is what became of the ancient builder, reduced to manipulating humans to achieve your ends. Be gone. No. Hear me, pathetic wretches. Grovel before your creator. Cower before me and be spared my wrath. It is time. When almighty Malroth awakens, he shall tear this illusion to pieces, return to the real world, and bring about its glorious destruction. Be reborn again as the mighty Master of Destruction, and bring ruin to the world. It is your destiny. It's no Kefka laugh, but what are we going to do? What are we going to do? Poor Malroth. Poor Harry Hermit, too. So, this is a spoiler for Dragon Quest Builders 1, okay? Going to give a little bit of a preface there in case anybody wants to play that game unspoiled. Back in Moonbrook, I heard tell that this world was not but a lie, an illusion. I knew not what to make of those words, but if it's true, then what are we? Were we all just dreamed up by Hargon? I don't know about that. I don't reckon I'm an illusion, but maybe that's just what illusion think. Maybe it is true. Those that I am to admit it, we have no way of proving our reality is real or if it's merely a dream. Yeah, say what? We can save your philosophizing for later. I like how we're the only ones not crying there. Who cares if he is? I don't care if we're all dreams or illusions or any other nonsense. I'm not going to let that rotter get away with this. Also, Lulu is not a dream. Remember, several people came into the illusion from outside, including Lulu and us and the old woman from Skelkatraz and Brownbeard and Malroth. I think that's the full list. He barges onto our island, scares the living daylights out of us, makes fun of Runner's flag, and does unspeakable things to Malroth and the Hairy Hermit. That horrible, creepy villain thinks he's going to take this line down. He's got another thing coming. And the woman in the mines. Yeah. The one who got lost in the mountains. Okay, so I said a spoiler for Dragon Quest Builders 1. I just find the contrast here interesting because Dragon Quest Builders 1, which is an Elseworlds, actually had the Dragon Lord as the villain. And we got to see more of him and his character and his personality being fleshed out. Because, let's be honest, the Dragon Lord in Dragon Quest 1's motivations boiled down to Mwahaha. In this game, we see a simulacra of Hargon, the villain of Dragon Quest II. And he serves the same purpose, fleshing out the villain more, but kind of in the inverse. Rather than being, literally seeing the villain on camera and developing him that way. Yeah, I'll give you half the world. Rather than seeing him develop that way, we develop him in absence. Negative space is what I usually call it. Negative space drawing, or negative space writing. Like I said, I agree with Crazy Norse. I like to think that Hargon 2 is what Hargon thought of himself. Hence why he crafted him that way. That looked awfully shiny. Maybe the Hairy Hermit left it for us. Maybe it can help us some way. I don't know how it's going to help us find Malroth, let alone rescue him and bring him home. The world? feel the same evil energy emanating from that vortex as when Hargan was here. It must be a portal to wherever he took Malroth. I have forgotten nothing, Crazy Norse. Or rather, everything. Who are you again? Where am I? What am I doing here? You know what this means. You'll have to dive in and defeat Hargan and bring Malroth back. You're the only one who can do it. Poor Malroth. It must have been so hard for him. None of us realized the weight he was secretly struggling with. Actually, that is implied to Koida, but never stated outright. I would agree that it's probably true. It would also explain partially why building is so much harder in Dragon Quest Builders 1, which is not in a pocket reality. No, the Malroth we've been dealing with is the real Malroth. That's the thing. So, the heroes of Dragon Quest II killed Malroth. As he died, Hargan II grabbed him and dragged him into here to keep him in stasis. Now, a little bit of time passed, and the Malroth manifested as the kid on the beach, who was just kind of like, and he wasn't sure why he was on this beach or what was going on or really anything. And the first thing he interacted with was us. You are going then. It pains me to admit, but I fear that Hargan's claim that the world is a lie is no mere fabrication. My time on Moonbrook made me suspect as much myself. Can you kill a god of destruction? I mean... Yeah, that's also... Sorry. That's actually a relevant point. That's also why we didn't see him in the mirror, because he functionally had no body. He was a spirit that was walking around in an illusory world. After our experience in Middenhall Castle, it is difficult to deny. The view looking out of Arenderak is proof alone. Level 99 again. I feel responsible, Runner, for what happened between you and Malroth. I drove a wedge between you. I cannot stand to see things end like this. It won't do. Find Malroth. Bring him back safely. Malroth, Master of Destruction. Back in Moonbrook, he fought like a man possessed, like a beast, like the incarnation of destruction itself. And yet he had a kind heart. I'm sure that will never change, whatever befalls him. Yeah, exactly, Blade Cheval. Spirits being born as a new thing is a regular thing in Japanese media, but specifically, it is a thing in Dragon Quest. There's an implication which I'll talk about in a minute with regards to why he showed up as, you know, the guy rather than the monster. You think it's true what Hargan said about us being illusions? Yes. What matter of business with Malroth being Master of Destruction? Yes. If that were true, it'd make you the best mates with a god. Wouldn't that be something? Yeah, it wouldn't be the first time. I got a problem with that. I'd be happy to be the Master of Destruction's mate. You can tell him that from me. Listen, my boy, there's nothing to be gained from fretting over what might become of us. What's important is you find Malroth and bring him back safely. And make Hargan regret kidnapping him while you're at it. Whatever horrible monsters might stand in your way, I know that everything you've done for us, all those memories and all that experience, will help you pull through. I'm not just talking about the Deitree. The others told me about Goldilocks and the Kazapple Cannon, too. If you can do all that, you can do anything. Remember, we'll be right here cheering for you, waiting for you to come back safely. In all thin, Runner. To be honest, all that talk about illusions and awakenings went right over my head. But there's one thing I do know, it's the look in your eye right now. There ain't nothing anyone can do to stop you from diving into that portal after Malroth. All that guff about Argon's just imagination. Don't even have to come into it. You just save your mate. Too Roy, you can't pull the wool over our eyes. We know you like the back of our biceps. So the back of your biceps would be in your arm, because these are not biceps. So that's impressive, is what I'm trying to say. Yes, Crazy Norse is correct. There's something I forgot to mention, which was a speculative thing. But it's still speculative. Or it's still interesting to think about. The idea, we talked about droid effect, and it's demonstrably shown constantly throughout the whole game. It was portrayed as a joke every single island. That we are devout followers of the children of Hargan. And then we talk to them for 5 seconds, and they'd be like, we'll join you, every single time. But the thing is, that's true. Not only are we a real person, but we're also a builder. And we were constantly affecting, quite literally, the fabric of the illusion around us everywhere we went. This is why the Builder's Bell worked. This is why the giant things we built that would change the people around us would work, and blah, 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 blah. So we talked about droid effect and how some of the bots in here would develop into actual sentient sapient beings, the reality is that that only happened because of our external interference, which, if you're paying attention, is droid effect. Some of you probably don't remember this because most people think of only the first two requirements of droid effect, which is sufficiently developed, as in sufficiently advanced, and sufficient time given. But the third requirement for droid effect to happen is external stimuli. Generally speaking, a being needs to interact with other sentient sapient beings to develop sentience and sapience itself, just like a baby in real life and a droid in Star Wars. So, because of the fact that they had the external influence, us, and then they started influencing on themselves, which is exactly how bots propagate, by the way, amusingly enough. Meanwhile, the ones in Middenhall were just sitting there going bleh, 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 the entire time. Exactly, Crazy Norse. The droid in a box will probably just be like bleh, bleh. Anyways. Boop. Final island. Yes. What? What? Really? There, I've got the broadsword equipped. Can I go now? It wouldn't let me go with the poison needle equipped. That's funny. That's funny. Hugely in favor of SAG-AFTRA joining the strike, Justin. I don't know how many of you have been following the current Writers Guild strike. It's kind of disgusting, is the word I want to use. Multiple. I don't want to get into it because it's a whole topic, but let me just put it this way very simply. Every person who's in charge of the studios, every executive, every CEO, and every PR person has been very, very blunt that they don't respect this strike. And they have been telling the Writers Guild to go to hell constantly for over a month now. This is a direct quote, which I happen to have written down. The end game is to allow things to drag on until the union members start losing their apartments and losing their houses. That's their stance, which they have been public about. I want to stress that. Which I know that sounds like a weird thing to comment on, but most of the time, people like that tend to use corporate speak. Like, we want to reach a mutual consensus, an area of mutual beneficiary to ensure that the Writers Guild and all their concerns are met and listened to, and to make sure that they feel like they are contributing towards, and blah, 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 blah. That's what they usually say. But instead, they just said what they actually mean. Suck a lemon. By the way, that's not the first quote like that they have been saying, just to point that out. That's been the consistent stance for the better part of a month. Suck a lemon. I bring all that up because I am horrendously, like wildly in favor of this strike. And I'm not always in favor of strikes in general and the Writers Guild strikes that have happened over the years in specific. But this Writers Guild strike, I am very much in favor of. I've read their list of demands. I've read their specifics. I've read the documentation. Absolutely in favor of it. And the fact that the other side has been so openly evil about it is all I need to say about that. So, hugely in favor of the fact that that SAG-AFTRA actually joined the strike. Actually, I found a list. Do you mind if I share this? Let me see if I can find it again really quick. I found a list of all the things that SAG-AFTRA has pledged not to do, and I want to share this because it's a little bit funny how many things actors actually do as part of their professional jobs. Okay, hang on, you gotta give me a second to actually find this list. At least so I can find it quickly enough. I might not be able to find it quickly enough, and then I might just give up on this. Looks like I can't find it. Whatever, whatever. I'm not gonna find it. I'm gonna try one last attempt. Sorry. Okay, whatever. It's a huge list. It's a gigantic list of things that actors are not, anybody who's a part of the guild is not going to be allowed to do. And as has been pointed out, if anybody crosses the picket line on that, they're going to be banned from ever joining the guild, which may not sound like a big deal, but no, that's effectively being blacklisted. Anyways, back to the game. You're unworthy, untainted, pitiful. But you may yet be saved. I proffer you the chance to break free from those constraints. Merely step forth from the darkness. Come to me, my child. That's actually already started, Valtenria. There are specific charities who have started pivoting towards making sure to have just to provide things like food and liquid, food and drink for the people who are picketing right now. Where am I? I don't remember anything. O mighty Malroth, Master, Lord and Master of Destruction, I see you have become quite attached to that form. Hopelessly weak though it may be. Perhaps a few sacrificial lambs will allow you to see the truth. So hey, maybe we should finally get to play as Malroth. How's that for a thought? What's happening to me? Yes, more. Give me more. And voice, what's going on? As you wish. Head. I feel dizzy. Something's not right. Ugh. Yes, I can feel it. I need more. More! Just relentless. No flinching, no nothing. What's happening to me? I'm fading away. Fading away? Oh, not at all. Quite the opposite, in fact. We must do away with that pathetic shell so you may return to your true form. Where did these bodies come from? Notice the third group had the healers. Lulu? Rosie? Anessa? Who did this to you? Has it not dawned on you yet? You killed them, Malroth. You! Nothing whets the appetite more than a few freshly sacrificed souls, would you not agree? Killed them? No, you liar! I would never! Never! Oh, but you did. Pity them not. The fools are more useful in death than they were in life. They died so that you may be reborn. It's an honor barely comprehensible to such base creatures as they. You tricked me. Yeah, his whole shtick is illusions. Runner? How did you... No! I never meant to... This this can't be happening. Yes, exactly as I envisioned. Your mind has been cleansed of the repugnant memories that it accumulated. Now, Malroth, arise once more as our lord and master of destruction. Arise! Oh, yeah. Another distinction between Hargon and Hargon 2. Hargon thought of Malroth as a tool to use for his aim. Hargon 2 venerates and worships Malroth. Make of that what you will. Welcome to Malhalla. Island 4. I would say we're not actually in the outro yet. This is a decently long island, but I'll tell you when we actually enter the outro. Help! Help! Some blobby save me before I goo myself! Possible way to ball. Admittedly, I don't know exactly. Oh, okay. That's a problem. Nice place, though. What I love about this is, even though this is a massive cliche, and it is, I don't mind it when properly presented. Sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself. There's a lot to talk about here. Good morning, Original Gamerhoff. How'd your Resident Evil 1 run go? Don't let me forget to talk about the massive cliche. I'm getting too far ahead of myself. I want to talk about, like, everything right now. And I need to hold on to it, because we got several hours of Malhalla left. What do you think I'm doing, Crazy Norse? Came to rescue me. Thanks. Wait, are you a Gooman? What are you doing here? You're searching for your friend? Are they Gooman like you? Well, no. I'd love to help, but I can't say I've glimpsed any other Goomans around here. Sorry. Looks like we don't have time to chew the splat. We've already been spotted. We'll get squished if we stay here any longer. What makes you say that? I should understand how something like this gruesome could happen. This is supposed to be the promised land. Pardon me blobbering on. Let's bounce. Oi, what are you two doing up there? Don't you realize the danger you're in? Get down here this instant. Come on, move your bones. Why would I build in a game called Dragon Quest Builders 2? Wait a second. You're a human. What's a fleshy fiend like you doing here? State your business. What'd you say? You're a builder? You've not come to launch an attack on Hargon's unholy realm, have you? Sorry, rules say no builders allowed in the Promised Land. Now, stay still while I disconnect your head bone from your neck bone. Don't have time for that. We'll all be squished, squashed, and swooshed before we have a chance to disconnect anything from anything else. Maybe you're right. In that case, we better evacuate to a spot where I can do the job safely. I know just the place. Follow me. It's where you just were. Ignore these shadow ants. Friend's back again. Watch out for that thing. It's armed and dangerous. Also, the usage of this song for this area is certainly an interesting choice. This song has been used interestingly throughout the course of the series. I actually most remember it from Dragon Quest VIII, of all things, but, you know. Look who's trapped in that hole. Somebody help! I can't escape! What a plonker. Must have fallen in all flustered. Oh well, nothing we can do for him now. You want to save him? Are you completely doolally? You do realize he's a monster, don't you? The natural nemesis of human like you? Ugh, you're a weird one. Alright. I got you, kid. I got you. Help, help. How do I escape? I don't want to die in this stinking hole. Get a grip, will you? What are those wings for? You can just fly out. Oh, yeah, I can. Thanks for pointing that out. Oh, it's a bit of a titty just then. Don't thank me. Thank this monster-loving freak. I would have just left you down there. But this numbskull insisted on helping. Humans are an odd bunch. Anyway, I'm leaving these two to a safe place. You might as well tag along. Don't want you falling in any more holes, do we? Some of these while we're here. No reason. Can't use the needle. Don't even have it. Literally wouldn't let me bring it. What's funny is, in hindsight, I think this is literally the first time I really stopped leaning on the needle. Because I had to. Admittedly, in post-game, you finally start to get weapons that are demonstrably superior to the needle. It's just, you know... That's the place. We'll be out of harm's way there. Get it? Whew, I thought I'd finish for third. So this is the place? Never seen anything quite like it. Looks like the old gunk yard with these broken bits and blobs lying around. Runner, was it? I'm Eris Plottle. Thank you for rescuing me from before. And I'm Grimville. If you hadn't saved me from that hole, I'd probably still be stuck there. My name's Griswold. Sergeant Griswold to you. Now, that all introductions out of the way, time to get down to business. Seeing as we're all safe and sound, I can finally get around to severing your skull from your shoulders. Okay. Wait, Griswold. He came to us to find his friend, not to squish us. Let's hear him out. Your friend's called Malroth. Have I seen him? Well, I can't say I know anyone who goes by that name. Oh, alright. I won't kill you. I couldn't live with myself if I killed someone who's only trying to save his buddy. I'll kill you after you saved him. It's only fair. Oh, and just so you know, this place is bone dry when it comes to materials. Your building trickery won't fly here, so don't try anything funny. Leave him alone, Griswold. There's a much greater threat we should be worrying about. Those enormous arms. What about those shadowy monsters? I've been sensing an incredibly destructive power in the air recently. Call it a feeling in me bones, but I reckon there might be a connection with what's going on now. With that, before we start getting into what's going around here, you want to know where that ear is? Well, let me tell you. This planet is nothing more than a tiny blob of gloop floating in a sea of nothingness, the unholy promised land, reserved for the children of Hargon's monster minions. High Priest Hargun says we're here to wait here until salvation comes. But if things continue like they are, we'll be splattered before that slime ever arrives. Try not to get too upset. I think I just realized something very important. Yeah, what's up? In all the confusion, I forgot how hungry I was. Can you make something to eat? That's the oh-so-important thing you realize. Throw me a bone. Are you supposed to be asking favors from a builder? He's supposed to be the enemy. You wouldn't know the first thing about food. You don't even have a stomach. If I'm gonna die, I want to have a last meal. Runner, if you can find some vile vines and put them on the bonfire, it'd make for an appetizing snack. Go ahead and put him outside. There's a squirming plant that looked like tentacles. Just cook him on a bonfire bit. I want to see what scrumptious dish you turn me into. I'm starving. I mean, if we really want to get into the planar cosmology, I'm pretty sure that this place is just kind of physically adjacent to everything else in the illusory dimension. Like, I'm pretty sure if you physically had the ability to just fly in this direction for a while, you'd run into the other islands. Happy Bastille Day. And hi, Ross. I'll swear. Notice there's no day and night counter, by the way. We could make... How do you pronounce that? Tentagliat... I don't know how to pronounce that. Here you go. That looks thummy. Who would have guessed you could rustle up a plate of delicious however you pronounce that? I can't wait to get stuck in. May I? Yeah, sure. Thanks! Given what you had to work with, I'm impressed you managed to make such a mouth-watering meal. This stuff stinks to high heaven, and it tastes so bitter. It's absolutely delicious. You should really try it at home. You wouldn't be disappointed. That's true, Darkrai. I actually forgot to point that out. It was on the cutscene. You could see the red planet in the distance. Red moon might be a better word. Warning, building activity detected. Warning, building activity detected. What's going to happen to us? Oh no. No. The 12 stands for, this is the 12th VOD of this game. It's to help people keep track of where we're at in a particular stream. You heard that noise, right? I can't stop whittling with fear. I'm sure it came from somewhere in this room. Put my mind at ooze if you can help me find out what make it. Well, probably this thing. Or this one. Wait. Life signs detected. Execute reboot program. Reboot program initialized. Accessing data cache. Greetings, Act. Please wait. Reboot program failed. Insufficient power remaining. Please recharge fuel cells and try again. Well, that's Oozler said and done. I mean, where are we going to get the energy to recharge from?
Yep. Yep.
Energization station. What's that? Is that a blueprint? So you connect the pipes and transfer the energy from the broken killing machines to the working one. You're a genius. If it's pipes you're after, there's plenty here. It's okay, I actually know how to use the controls in this game. I mean, I said what I feel the need to say there, Ross. MLP is not inclined towards having a skip list. There are some, but I mean, you know? I'd probably be harsher about it than you, but even mine wouldn't be that big. Power source detected. Commencing energy transfer. Power system fully operational. Initializing reboot program. Reboot successful. Greetings, Assault Android 04. Sure, pleasure. You may call me N04H. Please, pleasure to meet you. Thanks for mending the robot. You builders really are glubendous. Estimating time spent offline. Computation failed. What happened here? High turbulence detected in aura field. Searching memory banks. Possible match found. Has Doomsday come already? I mean, obviously skip the Zephyr episode. What's up with this rough bucket? Sounded to me like its circuits are fried. Rudeness detected. I would merely like to refresh my databanks with the latest available information. Please tell me what has happened here. Explain, explain, explain. Databanks updated. Malhalla under attack from giant arms and shadow monsters. It is as my calculations prediction. Doomsday has come. You keep blabbering on about Doomsday. What does it even mean? Doomsday is the day we are doomed to die. The day everything returns to nothing. The end of the world as we know it. The destruction is already at an advanced stage. This facility may not be safe for much longer. Oh yeah, by the way, another little fun factoid. Whether you like this or not is up to you. But for the entirety of Dragon Quest Builders 2, our overall goals and plots have always been very small and local. And by the way, we're actually going to save the world. No, not the illusory world. The real world. And something about that actually appeals to me, as weird as it sounds. It's a very natural escalation. I admit I tend to get irritated when stories devolve to existential threats, mostly because it's done too much. But I think in this case it's earned to the point where I'm not bothered by it, you know? The giant arms will be searching for any remaining life forms. They will destroy this place and exterminate us all. They found us! The Shadow Fiends won't be far behind. We got our backbones to the wall here. We gotta fight our way out. Because, yeah, what's at stake here isn't just the illusory world, if I'm not making that very clear. The goal here is to resurrect Malroth, and then have Malroth leave, you know, back out to, whoops, for hung button, back out to the real world, and then just destroy everything. And normally, a giant, you know, Death Doom destroying everything would be something that heroes could stop, but remember, nobody over there even knows the threat exists. And something that's true in a lot of fiction is one of the most commonly successful tactics for someone to take is to fight a battle the other side doesn't know they're fighting. Somewhat Darkrai, although it's worth noting that if, you know, things have not worked out properly, the villain of RFF1 would have been a large-scale threat. It's just he was stopped while he was still a local threat. We gotta rewind time again. Ugh. Always with the time rewinding. Got the arms about an army of shadowy fiends. We have to fight our way out. Ready to fight to save your skin and my bones? Hope you mean that. I won't pretend to understand what's going on around here, but one thing's for certain. I'm not giving up without a fight. Here, take this. It's half-eaten, but I'm sure I didn't slobber on it too much. Thanks. I think. Oh yeah, still nothing Darkrai overall. Oh, nice, Act. Congrats. Easy solutions for the win. Pull out this. And these and that. Okay. I don't play video games off stream unless it's co-op games with my friends or with my niece. So right now, I'm playing No Man's Sky with my niece and Far Cry 6 with my friends. But if you're talking about just sitting down to play video games for fun, no, I don't do that. I don't have time. I know, woe is me. I'm not complaining, it's just a statement of fact. Well, admittedly, I didn't used to the original Gamerhawk. And that's when we talk about sanity anchors. And obviously, you know, apparently they enjoy spending time with me too, so that's nice. That's debatable. Maybe. Maybe they're, I don't know. But sanity anchors are good things. Speaking of which, we might end up pausing streaming again for a day or two. Depends on how long it takes in order to finish the flooring of the basement, just as a heads up on that. Enemies exterminated. Feels good to get my ball bearings a spin after so long. You may be a bony little human built to be a flight like a monster. Really that intent on finding your buddy. It's a weird act, and much better. How's the basement going? Well, since I last told you, nothing has updated, and that's the problem. Nothing's been done down there. So, we do need kind of have a pseudo deadline in getting the basement done. That deadline's only a few weeks away from now. So, is the basement completion in sight? So the flooring is kind of the big thing. Once the floors are in place, the doors need to show up. And that's kind of one of the problems, as last I checked, the doors aren't even going to show up for another 2 weeks. And we can't really do anything else until the doors show up. So, getting the floors done is a priority so we can at least be ready to put the doors in the moment they show up, because that's going to be going up against the wall a little bit. We also need to figure out venting and electrical stuff on the ceiling. Once that's done, we can put in the ceiling insulation, which is already here. And then we can actually put in the ceiling tile. But a lot of things are waiting on the doors right now, and unfortunately the doors are just taking forever to get here. So, let's go find Helen. Shouldn't we get going? Slime is of the essence. You came to look for your friend, not hide away in some haven, but you'll be bashed to mush if you stay here. Calculating runner survival odds. Warning, warning, extremely low chance of survival. Abort mission. Repeat, abort mission. That's actually a very complex question, Act. It boils down to the physical nature of how cabling works. It's... really? I guess I'll wait on answering that question. You really won't come with us, runner? Well, you'll die for certain if you stay here. Leave him. He's made up his mind. Besides, humans and monsters are mortal enemies. Trust me. It's better if we go our separate ways. Let me test something here. Do we have internet, or is that just Twitch? No, I have internet. It's just Twitch. What the hell? Whatever. I should probably save. Come on, runner. When we get to the Haven of Hargon, we can ask Helen if she knows anything about your buddy. She's bound to have heard something. She's one of the highest priests the children of Hargon have got. Grimble splut on. It can't hurt to ask. Besides, I don't want to say goodbye just yet. Okay. Ooh-wee, the first thing we'll do when we get there is ask about your friend. Helen's really clued up on all the comings and gooings around here. Alright, then I suppose you can come with us. Just stick close and follow me. It's a Twitch thing. My internet's fine. I'm not sure why Twitch is being a thing, but Twitch is being a thing. Let's avoid that. What in the world's that? It's sucking something in. Data analysis in progress. Warning, warning, super high density gravitational globule detected. Do not make contact. There's no telling what might happen if that thing slurps us up. Does this mean we can't goo any further? We have to risk it. There's no way through. Just watch where you're walking and don't go any closer to the thing than you have to. I notice it is actually pulling us in here. We gotta be a little careful. Yeah, Twitch is just being Twitch today. I don't know if there's an event going on or if they've just decided that I'm not a big enough streamer to matter. One of the two. What happens if you touch it? You die. Come on, Neil. What's NBN? Try to keep up. Danger, danger, warning, warning. Look out, the enormous arm is back. This is gonna smart. Goodbye, Griswold. It's okay, he's alive, he's alive. That really packs a wallop. I don't know if I can walk. You go on ahead, I'll only slow you down. Don't worry about me, I'm undead. They can't kill me twice. Actually? You'll never leave a man behind. Ah, you're talking crazy again. I don't want to leave you either, Griswold. Besides, I think I know the way from here. That's all. As long as we take it nice and slowly, you can make it. Follow me, everyone. So, to answer your question, Act, it's extraordinarily complicated and has to do with the specific way that cables are physically built. This is one of the reasons why fiber is considered superior, because fiber is not a specific amount down and a specific amount up. Fiber is just a connection. You just have one connection for up and down, right? So if you're, hypothetically, if you're pulling 500 down on a 1,000 fiber, then you have 500 left to go up, but because it's the same pipe, right? But normal cable doesn't actually work that way. Now, that being stated, there's also a software side of there, which is when the scumminess gets involved. Because you're probably thinking, oh, so the cable that I have access to only allows for 20 up. No. The cable you have access to probably allows for closer to like 500 up. But they throttle you to 20 because screw you. The real reason, by the way, this is true, is they want to charge people more for up, even though it's essentially just a flip of a switch that they could do on their end. So, they don't let you have a certain amount of up unless you request it. And if you request it, oh, well, that's going to be a different plan then. Usually a business plan. Well, are you still with us? Good. Haven and Hargon, ditch up this way. We have to climb up. Warning, path terminates ahead, progress impeded. Yeah, just don't call me while I'm online. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to send a fax. Oh, no! When you say previous IPs, do you mean when I had Google Fiber and had fiber? Or do you mean the current one, which is not previous? Arms come back to squish again. Watch out! Come on, Griswold. No! Again! We actually don't have a business plan here. At the apartment, we had, I had Google Fiber, and before that, I had a business account. And then before that, a non-business account, and so on and so on. He has left us to return to the great server in the cloud. May his data live long in our memory. We must proceed to the Haven of Hargon. Alright, had to end like this, Griswold. Poor Griswold. No man left behind usually results in people dying. Is this the Haven of Hargon? But the place is in ruins. Life form detected. Could that be Helen? Further information required. Who dares disturb my prayer? Know you not the name of Helen the Horrible? Really? I mean, of course you do. That's a testament to my great power and wisdom. I am she, Helen, one of the 3 cardinal cardinals of the children of Hargon. Is there something you require of me? Speak up. Oh, great and glorious Helen, please save us. Everything is being squished and squashed, and we don't have anywhere else to go. Save you? But my child, why would I ever need to do that? The destruction will be your salvation. Rejoice! Doom's day is here at last. The end of all things will soon be upon us. The world will be destroyed and the children of Hargon with it. All the unholy land of the Lord and Master of Destruction. That's not right. It's not everything that gets obliterated, is it? I mean, I knew the Master of Destruction was going to reawaken, but he's only supposed to wipe out the old world, not everything. The Master shall leave no stone unturned in his quest for destruction, and all those stones shall be destroyed. There is no escape. We can thread all we like, but it won't make a difference. Maybe even if we just gave up the ghost. I can't believe you're saying that. You've forgotten a runner, a resident builder. If anybody can get us out of this squeeze, he can. What did you say? You say this boy is a builder. If this is true, you are the nemesis of our Lord and Master. I should sacrifice you upon this altar, here and now. No, Helen, if Goomsgay is going to finish us off anyways, then won't you let us look after Runner until it's slime to say goodbye? We promise we'll be good. Come on, Runner. Let's have a look around. See if there's anything useful. As an aside, I hope you picked up on that. I kind of hinted at this earlier, but one of the amusing traits here is that all of the people are told, don't worry, if you follow the children of Hargon, everything else will die, but you'll be saved. But no, turns out, lore shock, that was always a lie. And go figure, quite a few of the monsters don't actually want to die. Weird how that works out. What have you found there? I've never seen a table like that. Very curious. Ah, yes, that old thing. It sat there as long as I can remember. When the Master of Destruction bestowed his righteous ruination on our haven, I thought he would lay waste to that worthless table, too. But as his mighty arm was poised to strike, it hesitated. Or so it seemed. Maybe I was imagining things. But anyways, as you can see, the table remains unscathed. What's leaning against that? It's glowing. Do you recognize it? It's the first club we ever made him. I'll use this new weapon from now on, but I'll keep the old oaken club you made me too. After all, it's the first thing you ever made me. I suppose it's got sentimental value. You alright, Runner? Does that club mean anything? More importantly, why is it gluing? That sludge is the same one you made for this... Sludgel, excuse me. Is the same one you made for this friend of yours? Belongs to your friend. I very much doubt that. Explain yourself. You came here in search of Malroth. What trickery is this? How could you possibly know that name? Oh yeah. This is a recurring trend. You've probably noticed that they keep referring to the Master of Destruction constantly. The whole game. But nobody anywhere has ever actually heard of his name. It's because Hargon, and the High Chief Priest of Hargon, always kept the name of the Master of Destruction hidden, which is, of course, Malroth. Only the upper echelons of the children are supposed to know his name. How could a human have possibly heard it? Do not try to deceive me. It is unfathomable to think the Master of Destruction could befriend one such as you. Yeah, but it happened, so, you know, suck a lemon. Are you really friends with the Master of Destruction? I'd be flubbergasted if you are. No way, a Gooman like you, friends with the Master? Can you introduce us? Don't be gullible. Of course they're not friends. Listen here, Runner. You shouldn't play jokes on an impressible young flying. Griswold's dead, the Haven of Hargon is ruined, the future is bleak and it's ever been, and all you want to do is cause mischief. Don't listen to him. I believe you. I know you wouldn't go around spreading lies. You're a builder, right? There must be something you can slop together that might stop everyone from being so grumpy. Does not compute. I'll only make without materials. This place is barren. I know. Maybe you can ooze this. A splat of oil. Thanks, Aristotle. It's a bit of me. If it helps to save the bit of Goomsday, I'll give you all the oil in my blobby body. Error. Overflow detected in selflessness sensors. Recalculating. Grumpiness reduction plan determined. Maybe if this place was a little brighter, it might help to defrag everyone's mood. Sounds like a grand idea to me. There's 4 sconces. They used to burn brightly, but they've been blown out. If only I had a way to relight them. Well. Let's go ahead and make this with the oil he just gave us. As usual, the sections I tend to like are the ones that actually limit us the most, which I know sounds weird, but I think it's because they do the most with them. He's right, we have very, very, very few raw resources here. But don't worry, the game actually has a solution for that. We'll get to that. This is superb. You relit all the sconces. Huh? Stupendous. The whole area around the haven is all lit up now. Now every blobby's found to start feeling sunnier. What is the meaning of this builder? Such behavior is forbidden in the Promised Land. For a human, worse, a builder to kindle the beautiful blue flame of the monsters. This will not do. I agreed to spare you before, but maybe we should all be better off if I extinguish your life before doomsday comes. Wait just a second. Runner, now things are a bit brighter. I can see the light again, in more ways than one. Maybe our outlook isn't as bleak as I feared. So the builder's tricks have poisoned your mind, too. Very well. I will let nature run its course, but do not be surprised if the master seeks to punish you. Thanks, Runner. Sorry, wrong voice. Thanks, Runner. The ground where the haven used to stand is much brighter now. I think even it lifted everyone's spirits a bit. I know I accused you of feeling fib before, but I'm starting to believe you really might be friends with the Master of Destruction. Locating your friend is a high priority task, but it is not our only priority. To survive, we will need your building skills. Chances of survival without Runner's help? 0. Chances of survival with Runner's help? Slightly more than 0. As I am fond of saying, the difference between 0 and 1 is infinite. Oh yeah, we're gonna get all the monster recipes on this island. But when the Master of Destruction is rebooted, Doomsday will follow soon after. However, I am not ready for the plug to be pulled on my life. However, there is a way we may be able to survive destruction. I am talking about an arm raid shelter. If we can protect our circuits in a robust shelter when Doomsday come, we might be able to live through obliteration. So hang on. You're telling me we have to find an ark to save all the people here from a worldwide devastation? Tell me more, Noah. You do not have time to construct a shelter. You need to find your friend. That is your prerogative. However, I calculate a shelter would be beneficial to you as well. Please, hear me out. Many scared... Yeah, arms raid shelter. Many scared monsters out there are waiting for Doomsday to arrive. If they knew there was a shelter to protect them from destruction, they would seek refuge there. Perhaps some of them have information on your friend's coordinates. I calculate the most efficient way to gather a comprehensive data set. I understand where you're coming from, but I don't think it would do for Runner to decide what to build. Indeed, do not place your trust in this sinful builder. He cannot save us. Our salvation will come in the form of complete and utter destruction. Be quiet. I am not ready to power down. There is plenty of energy left in my fuel cells. I refuse to let it go to waste. Please, Runner, construct a safe shelter and rescue Malhala's monsters. Pleasure indicators activated. Thank you, Runner. You've made an obsolete robot very happy. We must begin work on shelter immediately. Doomsday is fast approaching.
Yep.
Why does it call for spaceship wall? Yeah, whatever. Did you generate this blueprint? It will provide excellent refuge for monsters when it is complete. You're a genius. Who would have thought to upgrading the remains of the Haven into a slooper shelter for our monster mates? And yes, we are still frowning, as you can see. You would desecrate the unholy Haven of Hargon. The Master of Destruction raised it by his own hand. Drawing a blueprint's all well and good, but how are you going to build it? We don't have any materials. Critical problem detected. No matter how much we squeeze Erisplotl, he will never secrete any blocks. You seek to defile the Haven of Hargon with your brutish blocks. Do not think for one moment I will aid you in this sinful scheme, builder. Oh, that's right, I nearly forgot. Helen's one of the wisest priests in the Children of Hargon. If anyone knows where we can find materials to build the blueprint, it's her. You're even more an impulse than I look. Even if I did know, why would I reveal such dangerous information to a builder and his traitorous lackeys, pray tell? You're just being selfish now. Arapado nearly squeezed himself dry trying to get that oil. I think you need to start pulling your own weight. Initiating Priestess Persuasion Protocol. Remember, Runner is the Master's friend. If you mistreat him, there's a high probability you will face punishment. I used to believe that. It's inconceivable this human could have formed a friendship with our Master. Isn't it? But if by some strange twist of fate he speaks the truth... Very well, I will cooperate. For now! To the course southwest of here, you'll find a molted carcass of our master, shed as his power grew and his monstrous form changed. Bring me back 5 terrible talents, 3 humongous horns, and 10 scales. Did you hear that? She'll tell us how to make materials. Isn't that great? All we have to do is find the Master of Destruction's slimy old skin and bring back a few bits and blobs. Let's go. Let's also save, because we haven't saved in a minute. Nice place. Another one of those gravitational globules. We'll be in deep goo if that thing slurps us up. Let's look for another way around. It's fine. I just saved. Oh no. Oh no! Ah! I learned a new recipe. Citadel stuff. And now I'm dead. Interesting. Wasn't really expecting that, but, you know, whatever. There's another one. That thing swallows up, we're sure to come to a sticky end. Yeah, there's a bunch of those. It depends on the construction of the robot, J. Palmer. After all, some robots can't even feel pain. Sanguine sand. Yes, that's right. This is sand that's been mixed with Malroth's blood. Well, Optimus Prime isn't really a robot, is he? So, point made. Glug, glug, glug. Okay, Malroth. Whoops. I missed. We'll be closer than ever, Malroth. I swear. Do it this way. I'm not a vampire, per se. Yeah, welcome to Malhalla. Okay, if I say the term robot, what I mean is a robot. There's no sentience, there's no sapience there, it's a bot. We have robots in real life. If you've ever been to a pharmacy, you've seen a robot, because robots tend to grab, like, and they grab the thing and they come back. That's all a robot is. It's really, really basic. Robotic just means you have robot parts, which is a lot simpler to accomplish. Thanks, Malroth. Wasn't trying to grab any of this or anything. We are in the final stage, yes, Justin. We're not quite in the outro yet, but we're definitely getting there. Can we grab a little bit more while we're here? No reason. To be completely honest, Mr. Red, so far the game has rated about exactly what I expected it to. Not in a bad way. But yeah, no. I was pretty sure this was going to rate this well. And it has. Whether or not we show off post-game kind of depends on my real-life circumstances. Like I said, I'm kind of up against the wall in real-life scheduling. It's one of the reasons I've been in a bit of a hurry. So, we'll see. Oh, right, we can't actually warp travel yet. Right. What happens after GTA is we play whatever game is next on the list, or in the queue, excuse me. And considering that's not coming for months at this point, I'm not super worried about that. Hell, we had a game get funded last night. Yeah, no gliding, no teleporting, no resources. The builder returns, and with everything I asked him to collect from the Master's Bolt, no less. The arms that lash this land are indeed those of our Lord. However, his power fluctuates uncontrollably, making his rampages violent and erratic. As he struggles to contain his burgeoning strength, he must destroy himself to be reborn ever stronger. The items I sent you to gather are the remains of one of his discarded shells. That's a chill, interesting story, but why'd you want us to bring back the slopped-off gunk? We're gonna build stuff out of it? Very well, I will tell you what I know. The precise method has long been forbidden, but there's a way to transform molted relics into usable materials. No, Fife, no way in hell. Even Dragon Age was a bit much, because that's only 3 games, but consider games as long as Dragon Age, except there's like 7 of them. That's like a 3-month stream. No. Also, it would probably kill me. To explain that a little bit, Yakuza games require a lot of... How do I explain this? Certain games take a lot out of me mentally in order to play them well, like, say, Devil May Cry, or fighting games, or Yakuza games. The reason I bring all that up is because I try to make it so that I don't play very mentally strenuous games back-to-back, right? So playing a Yakuza game immediately after playing a Yakuza game, immediately after playing a Yakuza game, would get really straining on me. Make sense? So. Honestly, it's more focused for me, Crazy Norse. I'm trying to keep track of a lot of things simultaneously. I don't mind it. It's just, you know. You learned how to build a forbidden altar? This is a secret no humans should know. Very well, now that the secret's out, there's no reason to stop you making use of it. Once you have crafted it, place the terrible talent, place the stuff on it. So this is how we get materials in this particular area, and this is one of our new game mechanics. We have to harvest materials and then process them. I need bones. Okay. Yeah, exactly, Ross. I'm fine with playing through the Yakuza games. In fact, I'm quite looking forward to it. But playing them as a block would kill me. I think it'll be more likely they'll screw it up, Zactaf, but I honestly think that they should move away from live action and towards animation. So yeah, let's go ahead and make a few stations, because we're going to need a few. That should be enough for now. Oh my god, Ross. You have to understand, it took a while for me to even accept the idea of adding Persona 5 back to the list for a potential audit run. I did it, I'm with it, but god damn.
Yaha!
Do the FFs in a block. We're already doing several FFs in a block, and people forget that the FFs aren't really that long of games, at least the earlier ones. We'll be able to knock out most of the FFs in a week. Okay. I mean, honestly, FF games aren't that long, even without cheats, to be very blunt. I could beat FF6 without cheats while doing everything, while slow-moding it in a day. A one-day stream is not overly long. Not really. Malrothium. I just noticed that's called Malrothium. So this is the pernicious power of the Forbidden Altar at work. Well, I was supposed to do it August 29th, J. Palmer, but with Baldur's Gate 3 in the way, we'll see. I knew I was a mistake to join hands with a human. I should have separated your head from your shoulders when I first had the chance. Better late than never. I'm kidding. We shall face the Master's judgment soon enough. Until then, you may use the Forbidden Altar to transform his detritus into your sinful materials at your leisure. Which of his discarded body parts will produce which items and which numbers is for fate to decide. All you can do is persevere until your needs are met. Yeah, Chrono Trigger is a very short game. Especially if you know what you're doing. And I'm not talking about New Game Plus. Now that you need to know... Mr. Red. Now that you need to know how to get the ingredients you need, it's time you showed us why the children of Hargood hate you so much. You say that, but I don't think our wise priest hates Runner. In fact, I think he's taken a bit of a sign to him. Not in the slightest. As a devotee and scholar of the Master of Destruction, I am merely interested to learn more of the extent of his powers. It is most intriguing that his discarded debris could be put to use by his arch-nemesis. This is worthy of further study. Procedure confirmed. Place relics. Create construction. Build shelter. Sorry, Runner, there's no way the monsters can help you build. It's a thin. You'll have to handle construction by yourself. Please get off the altar so I can get more resources. Thank you. Okay. I need a bit of everything, honestly. Sorry. Sorry. It actually is Raven King, I agree. But yeah, there's some real-life parallels here. The only thing I don't like about this process is it does get a little bit arduous that you have to do this individually and you can't, like, queue them up. If I could just do it like a forge and drop like 500 in there and be like, oh, we're good, then this wouldn't be as much of an irritation, but whatever. Okay. Ignore the very sci-fi looking building material. I think it's a rule that every JRPG has to have sci-fi elements, because Final Fantasy 1 did it, so... Although, I'm pretty sure the idea of fantasy having sci-fi elements is really old at this point. I mean, we'll see, Zactaf, but... Okay. Translating something that's animated to live action is a lot harder than most people seem to understand. Not that I'm saying you're that way, Zactaf, it's just... Cartoons have different, not just different aesthetics, but different rules. Literally, the very nature and way in which they're being rendered is different. They don't have to look realistic. And not everything translates linearly. In fact, most things don't. Think about what a live-action Donald Duck would look like, and you can kind of process how bizarre and off it would be. Even something as simple as Elsa, to use a more recent example, who is someone who is a human-looking person, doesn't actually look human at all if you really put her alongside, you know, kind of thing. So, what do? Well, the answer is, generally speaking, you don't. It doesn't matter if they have a good actor. That has nothing to do with anything. What matters is the fact that they are a cartoon, which is designed to be a cartoon, trying to be portrayed as a person. Now, having said that, the main thrust of my complaint is the fact that I actually think that they should focus more on animation in general. Not just with Star Wars, but with everything. Something I've talked about a lot lately is that if I ever had the ability to make extant stuff, I probably wouldn't do live action at all. If I did, I would do so very sparingly. Because there's just so much more potential with animation in literally every direction. It's cheaper, it's easier, and you can literally do more with it. No. Okay, how about like here? No? Oh, it's one in, that's why. No? Still? Nope, it's one in, only in one direction. There we go. Jesus. Of course not, Blade Jabal. And there's a reason for that, and that reason is stupidity. Actually, that reason is elitism. And let's just be blunt, that is what it is. It is the reason that animation has been considered a shameful thing to work on for literal decades. It's one of the reasons I tend to rail against Hanna-Barbera so much, is because of how much of a hand Hanna-Barbera had in ensuring that generations of people thought of animation as crap and pity. Oh yeah, or animation is just for kids, or real actors. The problem is it's not just in the real life sense. That is to say, viewers. For literal years, most actors, producers, writers, etc., have considered the idea of working on an animated work to be shameful, or to be the kind of thing you only do if you have to. It's easy to explain this to a normal person because it's like being told you gotta go work at McDonald's. There's an automatic cultural bias against the idea. Now, what's really funny is, if you know anything about that example, you know that I use that example very particularly. Working for McDonald's is not actually a shameful thing, nor should it be considered as such. In fact, to be very, very blunt, McDonald's takes better care of its employees than most fast food places do. I have literally encouraged people to seek out jobs if they're, if they aren't being able to get the job they want. I have encouraged people to get a job at McDonald's because even back when I was a manager at Arby's, McDonald's took care of its people better than we did. Now, granted, that's more recent, relatively speaking, but you get my point. Of course. There we go. Anyways, I'm getting off topic. The point I'm trying to reach is that if you ever wondered why writers, directors, and voice actors for animation are literally and legally considered different from live action in Hollywood, this whole thing, this whole elitist bias thing I'm talking about is part of why. It's because for the longest time they weren't considered real writers, actors, and directors. It's actually something that's come up with the recent Writers Guild strike, just to kind of bring that full circle for a second, is that the Writers Guild strike actually doesn't include the writers of animation, because it's a separate guild. Yeah, there is some bleed over, obviously. There's always some bleed over, but you get the idea. It's a whole thing. Anyways, I'm getting way off topic. The thing I was trying to say is that I personally think that animation is a resource for fiction and should be... And the idea is that we're still pushing against to this very day that animation is just lesser. For whatever other words you attach to it, doesn't matter. That it's lesser than live action aggravates me on every level. Anyways, Blueprint's finished. Well, certainly a strange building you made. I've never seen anything quite like it. Searching family banks. Searching data banks. Outer walls are unlike anything found in Valhalla. Protection factor, maximal. Survival chances, increased. Ping to you, Flagant. Though you are sworn enemy of the Children of Hargon, you would rebuild one of our Order's most unholy havens to save us from destruction? There's something about you, Builder. Something very peculiar, yet very interesting. No, not builders, but you, Runner. You are a most intriguing individual indeed. If you are truly our friend of the Master of Destruction, perhaps it would be wise of me to help you. After all, no matter what the Children of Hargon's teachings tell us about builders, I am sworn to serve mighty Malroth first and foremost. Well, yeah, obviously. Now do my bidding. Blueprint complete. Quantum gratitude circuits activated. Thank you, Runner. Color, exquisite. Form, ditto. Architectural style, future Hargonian. It is magnificent. But my calculations suggest a flaw in design. Is the shelter really finished? Malroth has not been in the party for some time now. Your sensors must be gunked up with goo, Noah. Near as I can tell, the place looks great. Shelter's appearance is not the problem. I calculate the holding capacity is too low to rescue many monsters. Exactly, PM Triox. Furthermore, recent aura field readings indicate Runner has a far greater aptitude for building than this simple shelter would suggest. We all have much more work to do. I hope you will continue to assist us. We know I said the shelter's a splodge on the small side. I think he was right. We won't fit many monsters in there. It'd be fine for slimes like me. We can squidge into the tiniest of spaces, but not all monsters can do that. We need something bigger. But would you be able to build a humongous shelter all by yourself? It's a big task for one Gooman. What? You normally bash a bell to bring people in and they go off and do the building for you? That's genius! If we had a few more friends to help out, making a big shelter would be oozy as pie. He did not, Blade Jamal. Malroth has not rejoined the party since we first imprisoned him. What's the matter, Runner? This problem shouldn't stump someone like you. Yeah, if you remember, we've actually already learned how to build a bell.
Yay!
So...
Yaha!
Don't ask how we're carrying that in one hand. Also, the original Gamerhoff. I don't know if you saw my rumination on Toy Story 1. Specifically 1. One of the things that was actually considered quite unusual at the time was they actually got Tom Hanks and... God, I can't think of the other actors. The two actors, the two principal actors, in a room together to act their scenes together. And that was really abnormal. Most actors don't ever see or hear, Tim Allen, thank you, see or hear the other actor that they're talking to. Just ask my own actors and actresses for the rewrite projects or the theaters. Most of the time they rely on me to give them the context they need to act off of the air. Now they do a great job of it, but there is always going to be something just a little bit different about being able to literally talk to someone and bounce off of that person immediately. Which is one of the reasons why Toy Story, despite being, hot take of the day, not a good film, nevertheless actually worked out pretty well, because the chemistry between the two actors who were acting in the same room together kind of carried the film. That's true, Savicom. I believe it was literally the only one, but you are correct. Kupo. Is that the Builder's Bell? It's not as gruesome as I imagined. In fact, it's rather lovely. Yeah, no kidding, Shadow Machine. Build that barn, build that barn. Warning, warning. High levels of building energy detected. Profane idol sullied the whole haven of Paragon. How did I allow this to happen? Cooper, a bell. Who what to do with this? Oh, we do this. Oh, right, hang on. First we do this. What are you waiting for? Give it a bell. Okay. The monsters around here are all supported the children of Hargan. We'll never persuade them to build. Collating possible scenarios. Chances of attracting monsters, maximal. Chances of monsters will begin building, minimal. I just can't see anyone wanting to help out. Who ever heard of a monster building, anyway? Just because we haven't done it before doesn't mean we can't start now. Anything a Gooman do, we can do better. The FF9 theater was finished literally years ago at this point. We have since done another theater and 2 rewrite projects since then. Please go watch them. We put a lot of ourselves into those, and they're some of the best things I've ever produced. By the way, in case you missed that, Aerith's bottle keeps hopping onto the flame to keep producing more slime for us. Yeah, so we did the FF9 theater, then the Undertale theater, then the Legend of Zelda LTTP theater, which was a bit of an experiment for writing for me, because I wrote a lot of unique dialogue for that game. Then we did the Diablo rewrite, and then the Final Fantasy I rewrite. So, Grimville and Noel don't seem to think this will work, but you never know unless we give it a goo. What's that? It's always worked with Goomans, but you never tried it with monsters before? Well, Goomans and monsters are very different. There's no telling what might goo down. But we can't let that slap us when they hear about the shelter. I'm sure the other monsters will agree to show up. Okay. Thank you, Braven. I thought we had a command for that.
Yay! Yay! Yaha! Yaha! Oh!
Oh, I like it, Dakota. I already like it. We can now make more spaceship walls. And a viewing dome. And some pipes. What a glorious sound. Oh, look, some monsters must have heard it. New inventions detected. Building impulse drive initiated. I never knew such a component was installed. I will now help build too. I was actually specifically thinking of like a dimensional thing, like Sigil, right? Like a dimensional hub station kind of a thing. Nothing of the sort stirs than me. Not to worry, I'm sure it'll happen eventually. Anyway, let's go greet the new arrivals. Join us. There's some strange, scary sound. What's going on? Greetings, friend. No need to be nervous. Runner's a builder. He's making a shelter to keep us safe when Doomsday arrives. Airships. Airships. Ahem. We will never disobey the teachings of Hargon. Wait a minute. Wait, have I seen your friend Malroth? No, I've never heard that name in my life. What makes you think your friend would even be here in the first place? Anyway, Malhalla is huge. Even if you know where to find him, you'll be able to get there with those human legs of yours. What should we do then? You could ride on my back, but I don't think that would be any slickier than walking. Malroth location failed. Recalculating. Malroth location procedure. Not enough information. Must expand dataset. I still like the idea of designing a dimensional hub, though. But I do also like the idea of an airship dock. So, this is the only place that's going to save us. No, I'm sorry, I don't like Runner. I think building's a great thing. Honestly, we're monsters. Not only that, we're members of the Children of Hargon. I can't disobey the High Priest teaching so easily. You can, and you will. Engaging empathy protocols. I understand how you feel, but everyone has their own beliefs. We must respect that. I know. I hear that weirdly often, Ross. I just kind of let that gloss over me nowadays, to be completely honest. It's like, yeah, you put me to sleep all the time, Runner. Thanks. Okay. We need more people. One cannot crash. One cannot crash before one has booted up. Let's draw up a design. We need a new blueprint. Build upon the last one, but bigger and better than before. Tonight, we're going to be talking about ASMR and discussing the extensive lore of Warcraft, Star Trek, and Star Wars in one single sentence. You sure this blueprint is for shelter? Negative, it's for an Ark? A vehicle we can use to escape from Malhalla? The thing's enormous, it's amazing. Does not compute. The vessel on the blueprint seems incapable of flight. Maybe you've made an error. The blueprint is not finished. You intend to calculate how to finish the Ark as we build it. We'll figure out how to finish it as we go. I can't wait to see how it turns out. Calculation computes. Allow me to assist. Build the Ark. Probability of surviving without escape craft, 0. Probability of surviving with escape craft, unknown. Conclusion, build spacecraft. I didn't do anything. I don't even know what's going on. The mass of Malhalla is decreasing at an accelerated rate. Wouldn't that mean increasing? But let's not get finicky about that. Doomsday draws near. This is merely a taste of the Master of Destruction's grand machinations. Saying the real thing will be even worse? Elevated readings in fear sensors. We must complete the Ark. Yes, Raven King, absolutely. As our day of deliverance approaches, I expect we'll see an increase of such tremors. Runner, Aerith Bottle, listen. I've decided I don't really feel like being destroyed. I'll help you construct the Ark after all. We don't want to die either. We'll help you build the Ark too. You have turned your backs on the Master. Helen, you say destruction will bring salvation, but is this truly what you believe? Runner is a builder, the enemy of our order. But in trying to save us, he has destroyed something more valuable than physical forms. He has destroyed the children of Hargon's fundamental principles. Perhaps he is the only true believer among us. This is what we call mental gymnastics. In light of this revelation, it must be Hargon's will that I help Runner build the Ark. The truth be told, I don't want to die either. Yeah, this is great news. Let us begin construction. Oops, wrong person. Runner, I have decided to fully cooperate in your quest. There's no turning back now. However, as I'm sure you can imagine, I have no building experience nor an iota of knowledge about it. Tell me, what one might require to get started? A workbench on which to build a receptacle in which to store one's creations. You have determined precisely upon the blueprint in which to place the items. In that case, put a storage bay and an infernal workbench in their proper places. You got it. At this point, we can officially call him Hargon 2 as well. Right, okay. Since we know now that please. And let's go ahead and get that storage receptacle made out of Malrothium. Yeah, I find it vaguely funny. Don't worry, Malroth is always with us. I see, all you need to build the items and place them in the storage bay, and the other monsters can build the Ark according to your design. Yes, I'm sure you're aware by now, but warping and flying by magical means are not permitted in Malhalla. I don't know why, but the Master of Destruction's power suppresses certain magics. It's a great hindrance if one wishes to travel far and wide. This will prove problematic in the search for your friend. You would do well to procure some worldly means of propulsion. Now, speaking of this friend you claim to have, you seem convinced that he and the Master of Destruction are one and the same. Perchance have you met with the mighty Hargon himself? I thought as much. Then you will know that this world and everything contained within is not but an illusion. All but yourself, of course. This is not your world. You do not belong here. There are precious few in this world who know its secret, and even fewer have come from the world outside. I never dreamt I would meet one such as you. But I'm glad I did. Aww. Yeah, by the way, this entire level is just going to be a bucket of positives on the game, so enjoy that. Sorry if I was less than enthusiastic about building before. I realize we don't have time to sit around twiddling our thumbs. We must finish the Ark and save our thing. Skins. There's just one small problem. None of us monsters have ever built anything before. We know where to start. You'll fill the storage bay with construction materials and we just put it in the blueprint? Well, okay. So, 50 blocks of spaceship wall and 50 iron blocks. Let's get making. Yeah, I think one of the reasons, and this is going to sound negative, that I enjoy the final island so much is it doesn't really have the same padding that all the previous islands have. It's just boom, 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 boom. And I like that. It's implied that a lot of the monsters here were pretty much already on our side, for lack of a better way to put it. It's just now we gave them an excuse to say what they were already thinking. Which brings up an interesting question. I'll go ahead and mention it now. No, get off the flame, get off the flame! Do you think... Okay, so there's two interpretations I've heard of this. Do you think that Malroth always had a, for lack of a better way to call it, human side, which manifested here and we allowed to allow grow? Or do you think that it was just Malroth unformed, which naturally grew into a more positive aspect of himself because of his interactions and friendship with us? To my knowledge, nothing lines it up one way or the other, so it could go either way. I need food. Sound effect. case that they're not mutually exclusive. No, by design, they actually are mutually exclusive. So we're gonna have to... You're gonna have to explain yourself, Savacom. Go to the class, let's go. And then we arm ourselves. While you're explaining, right? Like, you don't understand the metaphysics support. There we go. All that's left for us is to start building. We might be able the first monsters to ever build. You know, you're something odd about you. I think you have some kind of mysterious power. Yeah, it's called being from the outside world. I mean, we're monstrous members of the Children of Hargon, vigorous opponents of building it. Here we are about to construct this ark. I didn't believe you earlier, I certainly do now. You must be friends with the Master of Destruction. But no, I think I was just explaining it wrong, because the whole point is the two ideas are mutually exclusive. Either Malroth had a different half to himself which was allowed to grow, or he didn't have that portion of him at all. That never existed, and he was just flattened down to zero. And then the new Malroth was allowed to grow specifically because of his interactions with us. But there's either the human half, or there isn't. Okay, let's make stuff. And yes, Dragon Quest II is an NES game, so who friggin' knows? Jeez, that's gonna take so much. Yeah, you get it, Savaka. You get why I was... Like I said, I was just explaining it badly. Part of the reason I bring this up, and yes, I'm going to bring up Warcraft again because I am contractually obligated to, is because this ties into something we've been talking about a lot lately with regards to the soul thing over on Warcraft. No, seriously. Remember how I mentioned that when you're killed, but then brought back without your soul, two new beings are created from the process, right? But most of the people who are brought back without their souls are really evil. But the thing I was arguing, and there's a lot of evidence for this, is that it's not actually the absence of the soul that makes them evil, it's the circumstances of their being brought back, right? And you see why that's relevant here. Someone was brought back, you know, without his soul, or however you want to think of it as, you know, different, blank slate, etc. And then because his first interactions are with us, a friendly person who just wants to hang out and get along with him and take care of him, and Lulu, who is crushing hard, you could see how these first interactions help to form someone who is more positive, as opposed to the alternative. You got this, Original Gamerhoff. You got this. Secretly, you don't got this. Sorry, I hate to spoil it too. It's over. You're gonna have to do it over 15 more times. See, I've discovered over the years, if you say you don't got this, usually you've got this. We just have to trick fate a little bit. Kinda, yeah, Shadow Machine. That's kind of the direction I was taking that. I was thinking more in terms of Warcraft Undeath, but that's mostly because that's just on my mind lately. Oh, I can place multiple. Can I place like more than? Okay, no, I'm stuck. I'm stuck with 9. I guess I am stuck with 9 as well, but whatever. You know, I feel like I knew that. But I mean, this goes a little bit. God damn it, this goes a little bit into nurture versus nature again. But no matter how good of a person you are, if you're grown up in a terrible environment, there's a pretty decent chance you're not going to turn out to be a great person, right? That's true in real life. I know, Mr. Red. Okay, can I share something really quick? Some of you probably know that I'm a little bit of a legal geek, mostly because of statecrafting, which is something I find absolutely fascinating, and because of the fact that I've actually studied law and case law and criminal law and all sorts of other fun stuff like that. It's one of the reasons we tend to talk about things like corporate stuff on camera, right? So, the reason I give you that preface is because I have encountered a huge amount of legal documents in my life. Last year when I was first sitting down and discussing and analyzing the situation with the Microsoft attempted acquisition of Activision Blizzard, most of the documents involved were 90 to like 400, I think was on the high end, pages long. Huge documents that took me forever to slog through in order to figure out what's going on. Now, I should mention, that's normal, right? That's how that tends to be. Now, let me read for you, word for word, the actual the document that came out from a judge, from Judge Corley specifically is the one here. Here we go. From the Northern District of California, Federal Trade Commission versus Microsoft Corporation. Order denying plaintiff's motion for injunction pending appeal. To be very clear, this was their attempt to appeal the fact that the Microsoft acquisition was going to be allowed to go through. And I quote, word for word, "The FTC asks this court to enjoin the merger at issue pending resolution of the FTC's appeal to the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals. The motion is denied. It is so ordered." That's it. It's one page and like 2 sentences. I don't think I have ever seen a more gloriously hilarious legal document in my life. For those of you not getting the second layer of the joke, the less verbose a case document is, as in a legal document, the more blunt they're being, for lack of a better way to put that. In other words, what they just said in legal terms was, no. And that's it. Is Microsoft buying Activision Blizzard a good thing? So, okay, that's an opinion question. Let's start with that. I don't know is obviously the answer because I can only give you my opinion. Here's my opinion. Yes, but I want to explain why. Because usually large-scale corporate mergers are a bad thing for everybody involved. There are several reasons why I think in this case it might be a good thing. Reason number one, Microsoft has, and I've talked about this before, so forgive me for the repetition. Microsoft has a proven track record of going out of their way to ensure that people who work under them aren't, and I'm going to say this as nicely as I possibly can, scumbags. Microsoft actually has a really great policy when it comes to their second-party developers. This is true. This is proven true. We've seen this many, many, many times. They will kind of hands-off when it comes to the projects, but if you step over a line in terms of worker rights or in terms of infractions or abuse or anything, they will step in immediately to deal with it. So there's a proven track record that Microsoft will probably clean up Activision Blizzard to some extent or another. This means there will probably be a lot of firings and a lot of disruptions, but honestly, good. Point number one. Point number two. Activision Blizzard's upper echelons need to just go in a hole. They need to go away, right? The reason I bring that up is there's an old saying that I don't remember what it is right now, but it's rot comes down from the head or something like that. And the idea is that as long as the people in charge of an organization are awful, it doesn't matter how many decent intended folks are in the organization as a whole will continue to be poisoned by the head, right? The fish rots from the head is the specific saying I was thinking of. I've got all I need, actually. So the idea here is that Bobby Kotick is a disgusting human being, and I want to be very clear about that, because I'm not speaking facetiously. That man is awful. All I have to say about him, and I could go in detail because I've been studying him as I've been studying this whole merger, but all I'm going to say is that this is a person who has been recorded on record of having actually threatened to kill someone and completely gotten away with it with no consequence. That's the kind of person this guy is, among other things. Screw him. He needs to go, right? So that's point number 2. Bobby Kotick needs to get the hell out of that company. Now, he's going to go on to live a long and luxurious life of joy and happiness as he has billions and billions of dollars. But, you know, it's fine. This was several years ago, Jay Palmer. Yeah, Bobby Kotick is a deranged individual, and he just gets away with it because he is extraordinarily politically connected. He's also rich, but no, he is very well connected. Look at how many boards he is on sometime. Because he's on a lot. The man has influence everywhere. One moment, please. One moment. I'll get to reason 3 in a second. We're goomed. Oh, they're not going to join me? Nope. Okay. We don't have that quest yet. It's okay. It's okay. We're just going to leave. Reason number 3. So, reason number 1, workers' rights. Reason number 2, Bobby Kotick. Reason number 3, us. Activision Blizzard has been squatting on my favorite IPs for literal years. We've not really had a lot of StarCraft stuff, we've not really had a lot of Diablo stuff, and we've not really had a lot of Warcraft stuff. There is an enormous potential and quantity of quality that can come from these IPs and these franchises that has not been realized. And, let's be clear, never will be. There are no plans and no intention to ever do anything with it other than occasionally putting out something that they know will be proven to sell. So, it is at least something that has gone from a 0 possible chance to a chance that we might actually be able to get something other than, you know, a new StarCraft RTS or a new WoW expansion sometime in the future, if someone else is actually being able to greenlight those projects. Again, it may be a small chance, and it may not even happen, but yeah, Microsoft is substantially more likely and willing to take chances on greenlighting projects. They may not even be good, because that's how that works, right? But at the very least, there'll be something. And I'll take something over nothing, even if it's bad. We've talked about this before. Where did... Oh, there it is. Where's the... Oh, there. I guess what I'm trying to say is I'll take the chance that it's bad in exchange for the chance existing at all. Also true, Chibi Klook Dude. That's true. And from what I'm told, Age of Empires 4 is also pretty legit, so that helps the case too. I don't know how legit it is. I haven't actually gotten to play it yet, but, you know. So, in short, that's why I think this particular and exact acquisition is a good thing. It's one of the reasons I've been in favor of it this whole time. I know I've gotten a lot of flack for that opinion, because most people are very anti, you know, large-scale mergers, and for good reason. But the harsh and flat reality here is I don't think Active Blizzard will ever get any better unless something like this large of a shakeup happens. You'll notice that in the year since this merger has been in the works, Active Blizzard has not gotten better, so... Okay. Oh no, I meant to do that first. Oh yeah, that's another thing. Even though I have no personal horse in the race, so to speak, I also think the idea of WoW coming to consoles could be a good thing. And you know they're going to put that on the Game Pass. It would be a huge win for Microsoft if they put WoW on the Microsoft or on the Xbox Game Pass. Oh, jeez, that's a lot. Okay. Exactly, Fife. And as we already discussed, let's be very clear. No matter what happens here, if this merger goes through, Bobby Kotick is going to make billions of dollars off of it. Long term. Maybe not billions. Maybe that's a slight exaggeration. Sorry. I shouldn't exaggerate. Bobby Kotick will make hundreds of millions of dollars off of this merger. So. Yay. That's life. That's how that is. Yeah, we'll see what Sony does. It's worth noting that Sony is bigger than Microsoft in every way and has been doing their own thing. Exactly, Chibi Clifton. Exactly, you understand. I get that he's this horrible, evil, monstrous person, and he's going to keep, being a horrible, evil, monstrous person who has all the more money than God. Can we just get him away from Blizzard? Please? Please, can we just get him away from Blizzard? Just, please. Stop ruining things. And I know, it's a very selfish perspective. I admit it completely. I think I need to move my things here. Let's move these, shall we? Actually, you know what? Yeah, no, let's do this like way over here. Okay, now we're just going to watch and wait for a minute. I need to look at something here. Damn, I can't find it. Oh yeah, I need to move the crafting table. Well, no, the crafting table is where they said to put it. I think it'll be safe there. I know this is going to eventually be, like, room stuff. I suppose I should also write down some notes while I'm sitting here. Do we have everything? We should have everything. They don't... So normally you could check them and they'll say something like, I need such and such if they don't have it. But it looks like nobody's saying that, so we should be good for the moment. I mean, something I like to say periodically, because no offense whatsoever to anybody in chat, but most people, most normal, real people like you and me, do not have the ability to mentally cognate what huge amounts of money really mean, right? So I want you to think about this for a second. I want you to think about having $100 million right now. No taxes. You just have $100 million. Gross. Or net. Excuse me, net. Okay, cool. Now, think about everything you've ever wanted to buy within reason. Now, try to picture how minuscule a portion of that money, everything you've ever thought about buying, will be, percentage-wise. Like, buying a house? Okay. And buying a nice house? Okay, that's like less than 1% of that. Nice car? That's less than that. Going on a nice vacation? That's not even going to show up on a rounding error. And so forth and so on. No. In general, normal people are not going to be spending that kind of money on things that are even going to put a dent into that. This is one of the reasons why certain industries overprice the hell out of certain things. You ever wonder why private jets are so expensive? It's not because they're actually that expensive to make or run or anything like that. It's because they're there for people to spend money on them. Same thing with yachts, by the way. You ever wonder why there's the big joke about, oh, we need to get this person a yacht? It's because yachts, in general, are designed to be more expensive than they really should be. There's a whole category of rich people stuff that exists to allow rich people to buy things. And it's really kind of funny, especially considering how many of those things exist in order to launder money. But I don't want to get way down into that particular rabbit hole. Blueprint's finished. Listen, orcas, they need entertainment too, okay? The arc's coming along great, guys. It's amazing what we do when we get together. The member of the children, I can't seem to think the feeling we shouldn't have done this. Just the thought of building made me nauseous before, but now it feels good. Exactly, Crazy Horse. Yeah, you think, if you ever seen a thing of alcohol that's like $5,000 and thought, wow, that's stupid expensive? No. Look up rich people alcohol sometimes. It's ridiculous. I feel I have committed an act of heresy, and yet I am proud of what I've done. I don't know what to say. I know what to say. Engaging admiration circuits. It is wonderful and marvelous. I'm proud to say that work on the Ark is done for now. Unless us monsters really know how to work as a team. You're part of the team too, of course. We couldn't have built the thing if you hadn't gotten the necessary items for us. Oh, sorry, Ross, you were going to ask a WoW question. I didn't see if you actually asked it. Exactly, Loner. And isn't wine the thing that eventually does go bad and just becomes vinegar, or am I misremembering? So at a certain point, wine just stops being wine and just starts being, you know, an object that you have because it's valuable. Anyways, the magistrate in charge may know where there are more monsters who quietly await their demise. However, since the destruction began, the route has become littered with vortexes. Warning, warning. Enemies detected. Shadow fiends detected. YN. Jesus, 5. But by the way, that $5,000 thing of alcohol, it was vodka specifically. I'm actually remembering a specific incident back in Vegas. No, we didn't buy it. I remember just staring at it and being gobsmacked that you could have a bottle of vodka that was $5 grand. Oh yeah, by the way, all our minions are monsters this time, and they're arguably better at fighting than, you know, the people with the weapons equipped. So, anyways. I'm guessing like an arquebus, Loner, but what is it? The Emerald Isle collection at 1.6 million pounds. Oh my god. What a freaking waste of money. Holy crap. Thank God we don't have rich people video games, right? Right. Exactly, Raven King. No, it makes perfect sense. It's great. Oh, well, no, obviously those aren't really games, Crazy Horse. I'm joking. I'm glad that's over. At least the Ark doesn't seem to have suffered any significant damage. But why the Shadow Fiends attack all of a sudden? What's the deal with the monsters anyway? They don't seem to understand what that we're saying when we speak to them. Maybe they're not monsters at all. I cannot say for certain, but my theory is that they are avatars of purest destruction, born from the violent energy of the Master himself. They came when you repaired me, and when you began building. It seems the act of building arouses anger. Calculate, more wood trying to wipe us out. We must be on high alert. Sprinkler system activated. Its flowers will have dried up, Miriam. Watering the sprinkler block, Argorborg. Noah? What's the matter with you? Noah! Entering automatic shutdown mode. Powering off. Goodbye, Miriam. Oh no, you fought courageously, but a robot your age should know better than to overload yourself. Life signs detected. Execute reboot program. Rupture detected in air vent. Elevated risk of overheating. We gotta get him a new air vent.
Yay!
Oh wow, loner. Wonder what that would go for nowadays. We don't have much slime left. Yes, yes, here, have the air vent. Quick, quick! Stay with us. We can't do this without you. Greetings, Assault Android. Noah, at your service. Great to have you back. Thank you for repairing me. I may be old and rusty, but I am grateful to have my warranty extended. Oh my god. Runner, it's time we devised a way to avoid the gravitational globules. Isn't it just the globules that are a problem? Malhalla is an enormous place. If you go out on foot, Goomsday will come and gone before you bring anyone back. What do you think? We need something that can travel faster? Yes, we need a vehicle. For kind of the first time. Please be gentle. I am more delicate than I look. Ooh, that tickles. Here's a random question for chat. Let's say you have screw you money. And you can pick one ridiculous, pointless thing that you just want to buy for yourself. Just like one selfish, greedy thing that you want. You get a gimme. You get one gimme. What do you go for? An unusual design. It is a vehicle so big it requires its own blueprint. It looks a little fiddly. Okay. Yep, that's what I thought. Okay. Blah, 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 blah. Alright, so yeah, we're also gonna equip the hero's shield here for no reason. A Cessna. I'm sorry, stupid question. Mask of Light, Raven King? I'll be honest, I'm not sure what I would do, because the overwhelming majority of things I want to do with money involve other people, you know? Buying houses for my friends and family so they don't have to worry about rent. Or, you know, making sure that the kids are able to be taken care of and have a safety net for when they get older. Or, you know, paying back people for all the kindness they've showed me over the years. Stuff like that. But none of that really qualifies as selfish and greedy, so I'm kind of at a loss there. I know, I'll think about it. I kind of like Takoida's idea. Having a gym, a personal gym. Especially one with a pool attached. Because I used to love swimming, and I don't know if I do anymore. A game studio. I mean, one of the things I want to do with money someday, for real, is to give several people jobs. So, that's kind of involved with that. Here we are. Okay, so... No, I don't need a personal trainer, to be very blunt. Doing an actual Lorcon would be neat, but admittedly would also not qualify as selfish, so... I mean, that's a little bit past the levels we're talking about, Maverick. Even Microsoft is having trouble buying Blizzard right now. Narf. Narf. Oh god, Shadow Machine, no! Oh, you know what? Okay, hang on. I've thought of something. You know what I would really want? I guess... This selfish? Because this is another thing I actually plan to do someday. I want a really good kitchen. You know the kind. The kind that none of us will ever have. Ever. In our whole lives. And being able to cook for people and just really just, oh, that would be awesome. Just invite, you know, the family over or just kind of sit and chat and be like, hey. And really just, like, cook whatever. Cook everything, you know? All the cooking. Just whatever you particularly felt like that week. Okay, so this one's actually in the middle. And being able to just get actually good ingredients as opposed to stuff from a grocery store. I mean, so someone asked, what do I define as screw you money? Well, the truth is, like, being able to buy, for example, you know, a company like Active Blizzard is not screw you money. That's bonkers money. That's a whole other level of insanity, which is even way beyond what we're talking about. But screw you money is when you can do something purely out of spite because screw you, and not really suffer financially for doing so. That's the important part. It doesn't really cost you, per se, to do that. You really only have to hit this the 7-digit range to hit screw you money. Oh. They're in here. Yep, they're there. Grab all the crap out of here. Right. Yeah, being able to affect things on a national level or even a large-scale corporate level is just way beyond what we're talking about. It's actually funny you say that. I do the same thing, Lord Herman. I literally have a list of people that I plan to, you know, assuming I ever do well enough financially to do so, to just be like, here. There's no strings attached. I just want to support you. Here you go. Plunk. Jeff Cousteau, or however you pronounce his name, is an example of that. He writes questionable content. One of the duo from Dwayne and Brando is on that list. And there's another webcomic guy I mentioned right now. The point is, there are several people where I'd be like, yeah, here you go. What's that kind of money called? Fake. I'm joking. But it is, Up here. What's funny is I don't think there's a formal term for when you go up either of the two tiers, because there's actually there's screw you money, which I didn't come up with that term, and then there's corporate level money, and then there's national level money, and those are the layers. Whoops. Double whoops. There's nothing really above national level. Now I need to get cotton. Individual of national level money? The princes and kings of Saudi Arabia. The wealthiest people in the world are people who are kind of bypassing the rules of wealth by virtue of having all access to a nation's wealth. So, they have national level wealth at an individual level. I mean, probably, yeah. Yeah, the Sultan of Brunei, yeah, exactly. Like, there are several people like that, unfortunately. Cotton. Can I make cotton? I don't think I can. I think I'm screwed. I need to find a source of cotton. Bruce Wayne does have screw you money. Tony Stark does have screw you money. Neither of them, ironically, have national level money, and probably shouldn't. Oh, sorry. I should clarify a little bit, sorry. The more modern takes, they have screw you money, which they have gone down to from the corporate layer. Sorry. I need cotton. The King of the United Kingdom actually has screw you money. Plenty of people far more intelligent than me have done extensive looks into exactly how much money they are given as their stipend, but they don't have national money because they don't actually have access to the national treasury like that. They're not really the rulers of the nation. Right, that's not how that works. Yeah, a lot of European royalty are royalty essentially in name only. Figureheads and document stampers, but they primarily tend to exist for purposes of PR, of foreign functionality, and of course for tourism. Now, this is going to sound like a controversial take, but I don't actually mind that. Having someone who is a princess or a king or a queen, whose main job it is to run around and stamp papers and be a representative, makes a degree of sense to me. What bothers me is exactly how much money they make. I do think the number is a bit high, because, well, speaking from the British royal family, they make screw you money. Also true, Act. Okay, I'm not seeing anything here. I know what that is. Okay, we're gonna try the birds, even though birds shouldn't drop cotton. And of course birds drop cotton. Why wouldn't they drop cotton? That just makes so much sense. I was looking for like a bunny or a fur type creature to drop cotton, but no, it's frickin' birds that drop cotton. Ugh, whatever. They also drop stained glass windows and pillars, apparently. Cool. Quite possibly, Lord Harriman. It's worth noting British people tend to already be upset about the level of, like, for example, parades that the British royalty tends to put on. And those parades aren't even close to screw you money. They're expensive, but on a much more lower scale. And I bring that up because if people are upset about their flaunting their money at that relatively low level, if they actually tried to do something real, yeah, there'd probably be an outrage. I don't know if it would lead to anything, but there would definitely be an outrage. What am I doing? I'm going here. By the way, for the record, I'm with you. Those parades are dumb. And now I need fur. I have no idea, Loner. Listen, royals are just better, okay, Ross? That's all it is. No, I have not, Ect. I would never do that. Oh, and I still haven't heard your question, Ross. This is a great time for it, because I'm just running around trying to get a certain drop to happen. Listen, King George was just a moron. Well, if they would spawn Crazy Norse, Jesus. Seen birds everywhere here. Oh, there's one. 1, 2. Good news, they dropped a unholy altar. Just drop that. The unholy coffee table. I like it. The most powerful person in the WoW setting. Sargeras. Like, that's honestly a really easy question, because Sargeras is a planet-sized titan with a planet's worth of spirit energy thumping through him while being drunk on Fel. And Fel specifically burns life energy in order to make you more powerful. There is nothing that has ever competed with Sargeras in terms of raw power, and there never will be. At least as long as they don't get stupid. I shouldn't say that. That's like a challenge at this point. How is he defeated? A combination of everything is the easy answer to that question. Seriously, everything. Including every other Titan. And luck, and timing. And bad writing. Most powerful in terms of political power. Again, Greymane, no question. That's a good question, Jay Palmer. To my knowledge, they've never really followed through on that. They kind of hinted at it in Shadowlands, but then they never really did anything with it. So, meh. Like, there's a scene where we fight Argus in Shadowlands. Spoilers. Oh, by a huge margin, Ross. Warcraft is a very high-tier setting. So, we've made the vehicle. It looks really dorky, but, you know, whatever. Am I supposed to do that without any wheels? It would seem even the esteemed builder is not immune to failure. We're just going to turn into Edge here for a second. Yeah, exactly. There are individuals who can hang in Warcraft. But, yeah. So here's our new vehicle. What is this trickery? Explain yourself. Interesting. The blueprint was a substructure from which to build the completed vehicle. It looks jelly nice, but how does it work? Will it really be able to stop us from getting sucked in by the globules? What's higher tier than WoW? A whole bunch of animes and Warhammer 40k. Amazing, that's confirmed. Honestly, probably, oh my god, I can't think of his name. Mengsk's son. He's really well positioned right now. Although Alarak would also be pretty high up there, too. It drives like a car and looks like an insect, so you call it the Buggy Buggy? Yeah, it's called the Buggy Buggy. Valerian, thank you. I kept wanting to say Varian, and I'm like, no. Aldaris? No, I'm gonna go with Alarak on that. Now that we have the Buggy Buggy. Although, we don't really know what's going on with the UED still. So, blah, 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 blah. We can now access the Court of Chaos. But why'd you call it the Buggy Buggy? It's such a silly name. You should call it something special like the Super Silver Sprinter. Yours is just a name, the same word twice in succession. I just congratulate you on the Buggy Buggy. The vortexes will extract you no more. Oh, we'll take practice. Go for a drive. Yeah, I gotta remember how to play this thing, and I have to, you know, learn the controls on the PC version. Oh god, that sounds terrible. Oh god, okay, hang on. Oh no, we're rebinding that. We're rebinding that immediately. That is terrible. That's... no. So we'll do, this and this. There. There we go, that's better. Squeezy as you go. Looks like you're driving this thing pretty tricky, but you'll get better with slime. Try to drive through this. Okay. Full speed. That was stupendous. We went right past it. This is fantastic, despite its ridiculous name. Oh my god. Still, I wouldn't want to drop dead underneath one of those things. Still felt like the gravity sucked us in, but if we drive through at full speed, we'll be safe. Ooh. Yep. I have no idea if the truth is, I haven't even heard those rumors yet. So the first I just heard of those rumors is 5 seconds ago from you. We're goomed. Goomed, I say, the end of the world is nigh, but at least we'll all get splatted together. Huh? Who are you? Wait, you're a Gooman. What are you doing here? You're building an ark so you can escape before Goomsday comes? What a coincidence. We were just saying we didn't really fancy getting splatted after all. When you escape, do you think we could go with you? Of course, there'll be no slime left on our watch, but we'll only survive if we work together. Yeah, get in, slimes. I want all the slimes. All of them. Woo, 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 woo. Whip, 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 whip. I would say the highest tier Final Fantasy villain is Exdeath, and I've said that for a while. We even came to a conclusion on that. It's Shades. What are you doing here? You're building a ship to escape ruination? I mean, if you don't want it squished into a puddle of gunk, you better come with us. Don't mind if I do. I always felt this talk of destruction was making monkeys out of us all. Alright, let's get out of here. I do agree with the consensus, though. I do think Exdeath is at the top of the list. Which brings us down to the one at the bottom. Not counting things like tactics or whatnot, I would probably say Garland, who is honestly really low tier. Okay. Join me, slimes. Join me. Peace. I'd have to think about where Kefka is. And in some games, it's kind of debatable who counts, so... Will this arc save us? Yeah. Garland's barely a character, but we're talking about in power terms, PM Triox. So it's like, he's a knight who can cast spells. And? I would put Kefka pretty high tier, though. Also, Kuja is another big one. Oh, it's Helen. Hang on. What are the bigwigs of Children of Hargon doing here? Here to build the Ark, of course. However, it's a race against time. We must complete it before Doomsday comes. Will you not join our cause? What? But Helen's become a builder? The whole world's gone slopsy-turvy. It's okay. I'll help you. I should be Crazy Norse. Ultimecia is a weird one. Because she's more influential than powerful because of time, you know? But, like, in a straight fight, I don't think she is quite at, like, the top 5 territory. But maybe top 10 territory. Sephiroth is kind of a weird one, because the games do a lot to emphasize his power and strength. But they... I don't know. Most of what he does is still, I can't believe I'm saying this, relatively low tier. He's good for what's going on around him, but... Anyways. So, needs bust. You're trying to find your friend, Malroth, the Master of Destruction? Seriously? Don't make me laugh. It takes me forever to stop jiggling. Even if it's true, I have no idea where you'd find him. He could be anywhere. That's why we're rescuing monsters. We must know something. Someone out there must know something. I just pray we can find it before Doomsday comes. Yeah, Sin's a kaiju. Although... Well, hang on. Now that the buggy is in your possession, the vortexes are no obstacle. It's time you travel to the Court of Chaos. When you arrive, seek an audience with the magistrate and ascertain the whereabouts of any nearby monsters who may wish to join us. Perhaps he will be able to provide some clue as to what became of your friend Malroth. Erisplotl shall accompany you. Speed pass. Okay, so now that we're on our way, the thing about Sin is the game really wants him to be simultaneously super powerful and not. You remember that cutscene that happens towards the end where the animators just get to flex for a few minutes? I mean, where Sin totally causes like such a massive gravitational effect that you can see it from space, and like completely warps and distorts the world on a country level. I've never bought that, not even for 1 second. Nice reference, Raven King. It's just... Really? I know that that's kind of cheating, and I don't care, because that's what they did. It really does feel like the animators just wanted to do this whole thing and be all fancy and cool. And so they did. It doesn't even affect anything. Sin is like, oh, I'm super powerful. What's the impact or significance of that cutscene? Nothing. Nothing about that cutscene matters. It's literally just the animator showing off. So, no, I don't really count that as part of Sin's power set. Having said that, I would say Sin is reasonably strong, and I mean that. But I would actually still put him relatively low tier compared to most Final Fantasy villains. Even if we count Sin. Xenos? Oh, don't ask me about Xenos. Please don't ask me about Xenos. Xenos ranks in the trash can. I like it. Do you hear that? Sounds like someone groaning. Whoever it is, they might be in danger. Let's see if they're alright. Love you, Aristotle. Lavos, in contrast to Sin, would be one of the highest tier. Lavos is a planetary parasite who creates distortions in time simply by virtue of being that magically powerful. I'm totally cool with Lavos being that high. Hi, my name's Draxon. Just came down to check the situation, but I got so scared my wings turned to jelly. Now I can't get back up. You wouldn't be heading there yourselves, would you? Perhaps you could give me a lift in that buggy of yours. I'll give you directions. Yeah, sure. Hop on board. Whoop, 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 whoop. Oh god, controls. 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 There we go. Thanks, Malroth. Malroth, could you not, please, for 5 seconds? I know you're upset right now. Listen, I didn't mean to put you in the frickin' prison, okay? The game forced me to. Ugh. There is something that's implied in FF10, which I might play with during the rewrite. We'll see. The implication is that each subsequent variant is actually stronger than the previous one. So by that perspective, it might actually be that eventually Sin would become, you know, a Lavos, for lack of a better way to put it. Looks like it used to be a pretty building. Shame that it got splatted. Those great big arms popped out of nowhere and destroyed the place. I might be a committed disciple of your destruction, but I was still very sad when it happened. Well, the magistrate's downstairs. You should meet him. He's very smart. Queen Zeal? I don't know. How strong do we count puppets? Who dares disturb my prayer? Name not the name of Zabadi the Zealous? How could you not? The name is well known. I am he, Zabadi, the mighty magistrate for the children of Hargon. Yeah, that's the thing. The reason we keep saying Sin is because it's kind of the main villain of FF10, but not really. You stand now in the Court of Chaos. For what purpose have you come here, hated human? You say you're a builder. You're gathering monsters who seek to flee from the dangers of Doomsday. It is folly. We have nothing to fear from Doomsday. Only salvation. Our only salvation is in destruction. But why would a human risk life and limb to construct a rescue craft, the Ark, as we call it? Save the lives of monsters. I cannot allow such heresy to continue. Your Honor, forgive my rudeness, but I don't want to be destroyed. I want to escape on the Ark with Mr. Builder. This word. Builder. Yeah, if I remember. Court of Chaos was constructed long ago by a builder like yourself. We merely requisitioned it for our own purposes. Color me surprised. When our master bestowed his destruction upon this place and I sang in praise, I felt something stir. Runner, maybe you could use your mallet to get back there. Yeah, speaking of which, the actual real villain of FF10 is Seymour. In terms of, like, the narrative villain, the person who's, like, you know, villain of the story. And Seymour is really low tier by FF standards. That works, though. All of FF10 is pretty low tier. I cannot abide such reckless disrespect. We were just going to take a look inside. You said we could. But I didn't think you would so brazenly tear down the walls of one of our most sacred temples. If I was wrong to ever trust you, you must pay dearly for this. What's the problem? I thought the children of Hargan believed destruction was a good thing. Well, yes, but... Enough of your excuses. We'll be going then, right after we help ourselves to the contents of these treasure chests. Food! I can't believe it. All the time there was a secret storeroom filled with the relics of the builder who founded it. Behind the very altar at which I prayed, no less. The one thing that has never been in my power to destroy. Children of Hargan are an interesting bunch. Not only did a builder build their buildings, they can't even squish their own altar without a builder's help. They go on and on about creation or destruction, but without building, they wouldn't be able to destroy a thing. Silence! Further discourtesy will not be tolerated. You may think yourself slippery enough to escape my wrath, but you will not escape my master. Speaking of master, Shmurner has a question he'd like to ask. What? Might I have information on your friend Malroth's whereabouts? What trickery is this? Only those in the highest echelons should know that name. How do you know the master's name? Oh, that's too much. Much too much. First you find a secret storeroom, and now you claim friendship with the master. You have me entirely befuddled. You're an interesting one, I'll give you that. I wish for you to take my apprentice Draxon and I to this ark of yours, so we may witness your sinful work with my own eyes. Okay. Before we go, I have a question too. Are there any other monsters? We want to find as many as we can before Doomsday comes. Yes, there was a masked fellow I spied, lurking in the shadows of the hill. As I recall, he went north of here. We'll get him in a minute. Do I prefer low-tier or high-tier Final Fantasy stories? I'm not sure I have a preference for either. I think I like good stories. And I know that's kind of a cheat, but I stand by it. And yeah, I also agree. I mean, the very story we're playing right now is a low-tier story that kind of morphs into a high-tier story. And I like that. I mean, okay. I'm gonna make a really dumb quote here, but one of the things I used to say way back in the day is that this thing controls weird. Is that Final Fantasy IV starts off with you being a captain of an airship fleet and ends off with you fighting an alien on the moon. And I liked that. Now, having said that, I do think there is such a thing as too high tier, where you just go too bonkers, wild, crazy. But honestly, that's a much more recent trend in Final Fantasies. Didn't really get going until 13. And there are several other JRPGs which do that much more, and frankly, much worse than the Final Fantasy series. And yeah, Xenogears is a perfect example of that. Several Tales of games like to pull that trick, too. That's an interesting question. Since on the one hand, J. Palmer, my answer is not at all. But on the other hand, I hope people will be interested in it because I literally have stories set in the extant before they discover FTL. Yeah, you know what? Persona 5. Persona 5 has low tier and high tier, but in my opinion, fumbles it completely. I actually really liked Persona 5 until it went high tier. But in the interest of fairness, it's not the fact that it went high tier that's wrong, it's just the fact that they fumbled it, right? That's the thing that really bothered me. What are you hanging around here for? You ain't with the children all gone, are you? Tell you what, I got a job for you. You need these little beauties. Okay. Stick one of them down. Okay, sure. Why am I doing this? Get in, that war never saw it coming. Or who else wants some? I'm gonna blow the roof on this whole island. He doesn't seem that concerned about our impending gloom. He might know where other monsters are. Let's go after him. There's some teeth in here, which is kind of unsettling to think about, actually. Whatever, let's get some teeth going. We struck it rich. We got the biggest teeth around.
Yep.
Oh god, it totally does. We found where Kraid's been hiding out this whole time. I have distinct memories of not getting enough teeth last time, so we're going to try and get as many of these as we can. That's to say, all of them.
Yep. Yup. Huh? Yep. Huh? Yep. Huh? Yep.
I mean, that's blood right there. We don't have any shooters, though. We got a lot of meat for some reason.
Yep.
We do have a Zappa, that's true. We've got most of the formula here. Yeah, we're gonna go ahead and grab it while we're here. Aw. Okay, we apparently can't pick it up yet. Whatever. No blood for us.
Yep. 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 Yep.
I think that's everything. Alright, next place I want your blood is filtering is here. Look at that. Those fangs are big and those horns are sharp. I've never seen anything like them before. Aristotle, you might need your eyes checked. You should go collect some. Yeah, huh? Don't listen to him. Go grab them. We bagged ourselves more bits of the Master of Destruction. Our muscly monster friend has turned into one of those ghoulish shadow fiends. Wait, what? You rolled alright. Just so we're clear, that ain't me. We gotta show that Chancellor who's boss before he shows us. Someone break the bot? Someone did break the bot. Hang on. Who broke the bot? Who did it? There we go. You're shady. Get you shady rotter. Say, you're pretty handy for a kid. And you got guts. You smashed up all them bits what fell off the master. I've never touched them fiends with a barge pole. Right, I've decided. I'm gonna stick with you. Okay. You want to build a ship to escape? You ain't mucking me about, eh? Tell you the truth, I'd rather not get destroyed if I don't have to. Tell you what, how's about you take me back to the butchers at this ark of yours? Sure. No, I got the question, but you didn't actually ask a question. You said you probably don't have any thoughts on the characters since you haven't really played the Resident Evil games. Not only is that not a question, but, you know, I don't know what else to add to it, like even in as a prompt. Because you're right, I don't have a lot of thoughts about Resident Evil characters. I know Wesker exists, and that's it. Where's my frickin' car? Complete global saturation. Oh my god, this thing. There we go. Yeah, the driving's a little harder with you sitting right there, buddy. Could you find someplace else to sit, please? No? Okay. Oh man, guacamole sounds really good right now. I didn't really have breakfast because I was running late, so... I swear as a warrior of the immortal core to serve our order for all eternity, to live and die on the battlefields below, to be reborn again in unholy Malhalla. Saying that, there's no coming back from Doomsday, no more being reborn. It's funny, but the notion doesn't chill me to the bone anymore. You what? You built an ark and you want me to hop aboard and escape? You bonehead, why would I do that? I was just about to be freed from an eternity of armed conflict. Doomsday can't come close enough. Or soon enough. And you don't have to look so glum. But you're not angry at me, are you? Hi, Keith. Looks could kill. Alright, I'll consider your offer, but only if you persuade the rest of my unit, too. Two of me boys are up somewhere. I haven't seen the Sarge, but he can't be far off. If you can talk all of them to come around, come find me again. Okay. That's a new one. Oh man, Surf, you're just being mean now. You know, that's a good question. I'm not sure. Swear to do all this stuff. But soon that curse will be lifted when Doomsday destroys everything. There'll be nowhere left to be back. Come back to. I'll finally be free. Eh? One of the others told you to come up here and talk me into escaping into an ark. Okay. And he's just like, yep, nope, I'm good. Just instantly. Because, you know, of course. It's weird. Most people don't enjoy the thought of dying. I know. Hot take. Oh yeah, that was the Cosmonaut, by the way. We're not at the boat yet, but I'll try to remember. Please don't destroy me, Malroth. Thank you. But now that once my brother in arm bones asked me to persuade you to board your ark and escape eternal death. You don't have to ask me twice. This'll tickle your funny bone. I actually like being reincarnated. Job security, you know. In fact, we may as well jump off here. If I break every bone in the fall, I'll come back good as new. I'm a member of the Immortal Corps. That is another Cosmonaut. You lied to me. Another fresh start. I wish I could have said goodbye to everyone before I died. Hope they're doing alright. You're pulling my leg bone. Runner, Aristotle, it's really you. Griswold. Griswold, you're alive. We thought you got splatted. I thought I told you. I can't die. I'm undead. A little thing like death won't stop a warrior of the Immortal Corps. Anyway, what are you doing all the way out here? Tell you what, let's get out of this hole first. You can fill me on to the details later. You got it. As long as none of them is named Jason in Crazy Horse. I know I said I'd consider the offer, but the more I think about it, the more I want Doomsday to come. Being undead's a curse, no bones about it. I'll be hearing no more talk of that, soldier. Where's your backbone, eh? You swore to serve the Corps forevermore, and running here might be our best chance of living that long. Sergeant Griswold, please, forgive me, I didn't recognize you. Alright, I'll come with you. Too right you will. Come on, I want to see this arc of yours with my own sockets. Is that your buggy? So, the car is getting a little full. I love the muscly dude just hanging off the side now. It's a nice touch. Yeah, we just need the music. It'll be Doomsday before long, and then Eternal Darkness. Not even my echolocation will be of any use. Who are you? What do you want with me? You want me to stop feeling sorry for myself and join you on a ship, at which we'll sail away on your escape to destruction? Well, that's a very generous offer, but you can't expect me to come with you right off the bat. Besides, my buddy's trapped in that black void behind me. I can't just take wing and leave her behind. Well, let's go save her. We must save her. Oh yeah, we should save. Speaking of saving, we haven't saved in quite a while. Yeah, like 2 hours. Okay, so it's a little dark. Who are you? I thought I was the only one in here. Ah, who cares when the world's about to end? At least I don't want to watch it happen. I'm blind as a bat in here. That's why I came here in the first place. It was scary at first, but I got used to it. I hardly even bat an eyelash now. As far as I'm concerned, if you can't see it, it doesn't exist. Must resist urge to tell joke. Okay. If only my dingbat buddy could see the light and be coming to the darkness with me. She's out there waiting in the wings for me? Really? I suppose I should go say something. Take her under my wing. Persuade her to join me in the darkness. You remember how to get us back out? Yeah, sure, it's this way. Okay, we have a mini-map. And a HUD. My eyes, the light, it burns! I've never been anywhere so dark in my life. I was wibbling with fear the whole time. Alright, where's that bat brain? If I wanted to join me in the darkness, I suppose I'll have to put up a little light. Go on, lead the way. You persuaded my friend! Why didn't you send the human to rescue me? You don't want to see the world get destroyed, do you? If you joined me in the darkness, you wouldn't have to see a thing. How bad error can you be? I'm not ready to give up and die. I never was. Besides, this human says he's built an ark. An ark? Just when I thought there was nothing left in this world worth seeing. Alright, I'll go with you. I'm sorry, Act. I'm sorry. I can't tell if you're joking. See, we spent like 30 minutes earlier discussing the strike and how it's used and how it's expanded and the legalities of it, and yeah, that's why I can't tell if you're joking or not. It's like, hey, lore, what do you think about Final Fantasy VI? Well, I guess if you tug my arm, I might be able to talk about FF6. Only for a little bit, though. Yeah, this whole section, I haven't given any pluses or negatives yet. Or positives or positives or positives. But let's be clear, this section is going to get a bucket of positives. Just going up the map a bit. So here's the super summary. I'm in favor of it. I'm glad SAG-AFTRA joined the strike. Screw Hollywood. Executives are openly evil. There you go. Oh, and that's unusual that they're being open about how evil they are. There you go. There's the super summary. Yeah, good lighting. That's actually a really good point. Thank you, Takota. Because you're right. The lighting is pretty legit in this game. Okay. Do I think the strike will do anything? No. I mean, I think the strike might be the first step in Hollywood finally imploding, which I think would be a good thing. But the most likely outcome, even as of this moment, is that the studio executives will win this particular conflict. That's still true, even with SAG-AFTRA joining. Now, having said that, the person who is most likely to win is not always the person who's going to win. That's true a lot of times historically. So we'll see. I hope I'm wrong too, Crazy Norse. Actually, I did know that act. Here, hang on. I'm gonna jot down some thoughts really quick, if that's okay with you all. And if it's not okay, I don't know. Someone pick a number between 1 and 5 that is not 4. 2. No kidding, PM Triox. To quote myself, I hate being right. This is the music from 2, just like was requested, Jay Palmer. Actually, the Netherlands is one of the places we were looking into. Yeah, the Dragon Quest composer is Asterisk. Good luck, original gamer Hoff. I do hope you manage it. Sorry, I'm doing a lot of typing. I decided to just get all the typing done right now. Right, it's a good time for it. So screw it. We already got the music playing, right? Biggest mistake Blizzard made when adding something to WoW's gameplay. I can think of two. First, getting rid of the bad luck protection currency gear purchasing system, which they did in Pandaria specifically. And second, completely destroying how aggro works, which they did in BFA specifically. It's worth noting they undid both of those. Or no, it wasn't BFA, I'm sorry. The BFA stupid decision they made was they changed how the global cooldowns made. So the third terrible decision they made with gameplay was destroying the aggro system. That was in Cataclysm. That was Cataclysm at launch, and they undid that almost immediately, like in one patch. I want you to imagine that you're playing a tank, but all of your abilities that generate extra aggro suddenly don't. I know, right, PM Triox? From everything I've read, they were just trying something, and it failed hard. Like I said, it only took them one patch to undo that. So I hope you like epic music, by the way. Final dungeon, actually. From Final Fantasy II Pixel Remaster, specifically. We're just giving too many positives. That's what the problem is. I'm down to positive number 60 in the gameplay, so we're through most of this, but good lord. Good question to go. I don't know. Maybe someone. I mean, I've already mentioned what I'm going to be doing in the remake of FF2, assuming I ever get to make that. Yeah, right. For those of you who haven't heard me talk about it, the whole new mechanic I'm adding is a recruitment mechanic. So you got your front line, and then you got your back line. Each backline person you can recruit can do something else, either as a mutator or a modifier to an existing person, which can be front or back line, or they gain an ability, like an attack or an item or a spell or a buff or a debuff or whatever. You recruit people as you go throughout the levels and dungeons and areas, and then they go in the back line, and then how you line them up and how you connect them determines what you can do in combat. That's the new mechanic. As with all of the hypothetical remakes that I've been making for the RFFs, that is also going to be presented in the story of RFF2, because recruitment is a major element of that game, or excuse me, of that story. I don't think I would have liked that, Zach Taft. I think, first of all, first of all, I actually rather like the ending of Endgame, but second of all, I don't think that's... I think it would need several polishing passes. I think that's how I would say that. I will say the Pixel Remaster gives you tools and kits to avoid many of the problems of FF1 through 6, so can definitely recommend. Only the console versions. Only the console versions have those additional tools. Do not buy the PC version. They do not have the additional tools. Yeah, no kidding, Blade Cabal. And the ability to just turn off random encounters, that should just be a feature in games nowadays. It was in Bravely Default. Okay, thank you for your patience. So let's see. Story negatives are up to 16, which is up to date. Gameplay positives are up to that. And gameplay negatives are up to that. Okay, document is fully typed up and it kind of up to date. We haven't actually done the audit yet. That'll be later. L. What does L mean? A very good question, which I will not answer because I am pure evil. 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 50. It's Roman numerals. Just like the X's and the... Well, I suppose the pluses aren't Roman numerals, but they're easier to see. Like, I actually thought about that. It's been suggested several times that I should go full Roman numerals, but I think that would actually be even less indicative than what it is, because at that point it would look like things like this, or, you know, that, and it's like, yeah, So, no, we'll stick with the pluses and the minuses. L's will bring out for special occasions. This is your arc, huh? Must have worked your fingers to the bone, build this thing. You know, after I fell into the void, before I... Activating greeting protocol. Griswold, you're alive? Welcome back. Look who it is! Noah and Grenville! Oh, you two certainly are a sight for soul sockets. That's the pride that see you. I thought you were lost for good. Zabadi, it's been a while. How do you fare? I fare as well as you. I'm here because of the Builder. His story is quite fascinating. One heresy after the next, yet he claims to count the Master as a personal friend. Quite. Do not tell you he's aware of the world's an illusion. Not that it matters. Everything will be destroyed. First our world, then his. However, since I met Runner, I've begun to question my own beliefs. I can no longer say for certain that destruction is the right path. Then we must forge a new one. I and my disciples shall join your crew. I look forward to seeing what course the young builder embarks upon. I don't blame you, Churan. When we get to the reviews of the Pixel remasters, we're going to have to decide how much of the new options are features and how much of them are cheats, because we kind of count them as separate things in a review. But we can have that discussion when we get there. Runner, you've done exceedingly well in rounding up more monsters for the Ark. Zebedee tells me you have acquired building materials at the Court of Chaos. Monsters, lend me your ears. If we're to escape destruction on Doomsday, we must all do your duty and help build the Ark. No one ever told me not no building. Put a sock in it. You can either help Runner or jog on. Live or die. Your choice. What is it, Runner? Do you have something to say? He does. He wants to find his friend, and you still haven't answered his question. One more slime. Do you know where Malroth is? I cannot say with any great certainty, but I expect the Master of Destruction is in Hargon's castle. That's Hargon's castle right there. Yeah, we can literally see it from here. That is Hargon's castle? It was right in front of my eyes the whole time. How did I not realize? I don't know how it came to be here. Could this be the Master of Destruction's formidable powers at work? I wouldn't try going over there on a winged prayer if I were you. Your buggy doesn't even got any wings. Yep, hexagonal barriers. Know what that means. Time to beat up some enemies. Even if we had the means to fly, the castle surrounded by vortexes and a magical barrier. So, we think we know where Malroth is, but that information's not going to help us. Solving one problem dredged up a handful more. Yeah, that's life. Congratulations, Runner. Acquired new data pertaining to your friend's expected coordinates. Sticky problems, we got a barrier. We'll think about this here. We need another blueprint. Affirmative. We have more monsters. We must introduce them to the basics of building. It is time to generate another blueprint. The outer walls and undercarriage. Input approved. Yep, it's time to go smash stuff, too. I think they like smashing stuff. It's the vibe I'm getting. Alright. we're all clear down below. That's one bone of contention out of the way. Easy enough when we work together, eh? Affirmative. Blocks obstructing undercarriage construction cleared. Everything ready to draw next movement. Commence in 4, 3, 2.
Yep.
Can't even see the damn thing. We need to start making stuff. Oh yeah, that's starting to come together. It's tremendous. The arc really is coming together, but what's going on with the undercarriage? I can't see from here. Of course you can't see. It's underneath the arc. I calculate when complete, the arc will be almost fully operational. Ready to begin building? Just an ordinary storage bay, yes. Rather routine, but what's important is its contents. Affirmative. I built the spaceship wall and iron blocks that have been placed inside. And I help by collecting loads and loads of discarded bits of our master's body while you are searching for monsters. Seeing all that construction supervisor, I'll do my best to teach the new arrivals all about the basics of building. There's one favor I want to ask. Can you put any other things we need in there? Yeah, sure. Music change. Okay. Put all this stuff in here. Pull all this stuff back out. Not sure what I think of this song, but whatever. I do love the StarCraft sound effect, though. Okay. What do you think all this crap even tastes like, by the way? Or do we want to know? Come back to that. Oh god, it's crispy critters. Like right now, Jay Palmer? Maybe. But again, okay. If we're counting no previous knowledge, then yeah, I can see that. The reason I was going to contradict that in my own head is because fantasy and sci-fi have been married together for decades. It's really old school. All this made while we're here. Hundreds of stuff. Think that's everything? Nope, I'm extremely wrong. Well, it's everything until I do the other bit, which we'll get to in a minute. It takes so much crap to make a frickin' spaceship. What is this, Satisfactory? Everyone, get out of the thing. I need to put stuff in there. Okay. Get some room. Back in here. The contingency plan for Bison is a nuke in the face. Which is funny, because that's usually my contingency plan for most things. It's weird how applicable it is in so many scenarios. Just, you dump a nuke in their face. Okay, where's the quest giver? Right here. Oh, we got a landing pad. What a strange contraption. The Ark, you call it? It looks as if it was plucked right out of another world. Did that defective automaton put you this, or did the idea come from that leather-bound tome on your back, perhaps? 2 nukes, yeah, in Bison's case. I beg your pardon, you wish to keep the contents of the book a secret? That only makes me all the more curious. Anyway, on to more pressing matters. I hear you're using Forbidden Altar to summon forth materials, but is this not a large undertaking for a single person? However, if we had a summoning chambers, monsters could do it for you. Then let's do it. So I need a Forbidden Altar, a Storage Bay, and an Unholy Altar. And then a Sinister Sconce, and oh my god, lots of stuff. Okay, lots of stuff. Freaking Akuma. I've already forgotten all the things I need to put in there. Let's go. See what we can make happen here. Sorry, I'm thinking of the amusement of just carrying around a portable nuke at all times. Oh, we got a problem. Yeah, no problem. Drop the nuke. Oh my god. Guys, 6 feet! 6 feet! Look at it! There we go. Summoning room. I'm gonna go ahead and put one more in here. Some monsters appeared near the base. Actually, no. These are not monsters. At least not by your own definitions, game. Hate to get too persnickety, but no, the monsters are here, helping me out. There we go. Summoning chamber is complete. This is most propitious. All you have to do now is stick some of the Master of Destruction slopped out scraps into the storage bay and we'll take care of the rest. May I ask you a question? It's something that's plagued me since we first chanced to meet. How did you, a human and a builder, strike up a friendship with our master? I can't wrap my head around it. You just happened to meet each other and became friends? Neither of you knew he was the Master of Destruction at the time, and it didn't matter now that you do? What poppycock. I cannot believe what you claim. Heed my words. Creation and destruction are fundamentally irreconcilable forces. Sooner or later, the balance will tip, and one will extinguish the other. Even though that makes no sense in both directions. Okay, so let's drop off all the big stuff here. Is that everything? I think that's everything. Get in there. Make stuff happen, please. Yeah, let me just pull up my hammer here. Wham! Okay. I mean, Ryu kind of got lucky, let's be honest with ourselves on that one. gratitude while we're at it. We've got a hell of a crew going pretty quickly, don't we? Oh yeah, I can still use the car. It's okay, it's not locked in the dungeon like Malroth was. I was thinking of the Alpha series, Ecto, back when he was still at full strength. Just a little bit more gratitude. Be a little bit more thankful, damn you! Be more thankful. That's true, Malroth is actually, once again, locked in a dungeon. The new one's a little bit ritzier than the last one, but yeah, you know. I do like how we could see it even from here. Look at that thing. I mean, considering Malroth, he'd probably consider that pretty cool. Damn it, is nobody gonna be grateful? Wait. There we go. I mean, honestly, does anyone Blazer Ball? We're already at max base level, by the way, to catch that. Sound of the bell gives me the wibbles. I can't speak for the others, but I want to build even more than before. Did I spy a helm? We could use that to steer the Ark. And look, some more monsters must have heard the bell. Heard a strange ringing sound. What's going on over here? Your builder, and this is your Ark? Well, knock me down with that. We'd better destroy it. Stand back. Wait just a second. Now listen here. We don't accept that sort of behavior on our Ark. Not when the construction is nearly complete. Why don't you join us instead? But the children of Hargon said, silence! There's no ifs or buts about it. Now hurry up and start building. Okay. Cool. Blimey! From a very personal level, this is one of my favorite puns in the series. Call! Blimey! Anyways. Yeah, I should probably go ahead and do lunch at some point. I'm already taking a reduced lunch break, so I should probably take some kind of lunch break. I don't even have food right now, so I'll have to figure out what the hell I'm going to eat. So let's go ahead and pop up here, grab a save, and I'll be back in a bit. Donuts. I don't have any donuts. I don't have anything. I'll figure out something. I can have eggs if nothing else.